spend with you. I'm so sorry that I broke your heart to pieces. the nature of man. It's the earth man. Rasta man. Haile Selassie the first.
What is a Rasta man? The man we set the plan. The man we touch the street and love and bless up everyone. The Rasta man no skip a beat. The Rasta man unique. We not go take defeat. The mission not be complete. And through the humble and the meek. My lyrics is my gun. No boy can't tell me no. She rise above the rest. Empress no beg no friend. Real empress no bend.
G6 Production.
The legislative session of January 31st, 2022 is hereby called to order. Please rise for the invocation by Pastor Reginald Perry of Victorious Believers Ministries and remain standing for the national anthem and the Virgin Islands March.
We thank you, kind Father, for this is the day that you've made. We rejoice and we are glad in it. Father, as we convene this session of the 34th legislature, we pray, God, for Ms. Donna Fred Gregory and all of the senators. We pray for those, God, because they have taken on a responsibility, which is not a light one, to represent the people of the territory. We pray, God, that their agendas and their motives are pure and their hearts in the right place, only doing those things that are beneficial to the VI in total. We pray you would give them great ideas. We pray, God, for this body, that they would come with ways that would bring people to our shores, jobs, houses. Again, we thank you for this body. We pray your protection over our territory and over our lives. We thank you for your grace and your mercy. In your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you to Pastor Perry for his prayers for myself as well as my colleagues. Because Lord knows we need prayer as we continue to traverse the landscape here in the Virgin Islands. So thank you, Pastor Perry, for your kind words of wisdom. Madam Secretary, can I get the roll call, please?
Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Marvin A. Blyden, present. Samuel Carrion. Senator Samuel Carrion, present. Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, present. Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., present. Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, present. Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, present. Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, present. Javon E. James Sr. Senator Javon E. James Sr., present. Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, present. Carla Joseph. Senator Carla Joseph, present. Stephen D. Payne Sr. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr., present. Milton Potter. Senator Milton E. Potter, present. Janelle K. Saru. Senator Janelle K. Saru, present. Kurt A. Vialet. Senator Kurt A. Vialet, present. Genevieve Whitaker. Senator Genevieve Whitaker, and present. Madam President, we have all 15 accounted for.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We have a quorum, so we are prepared this morning to proceed. Madam Clerk, do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Madam President.
You said yes?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Gruff testimony before.
Madam Clerk?
No? Oh, sorry.
No, that correspondence will be for the
Okay,
Committee of the
excuse me,
Whole.
Madam President. No correspondence at this time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do I hear a motion? Senator Novelli Francis Jr., you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Good morning to you and my colleagues, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I rise to move to suspend or waive the reading of the chairperson's standing committee report, as well as any special orders or override. I so move.
Thank you, Senator Francis. The motion has been properly moved by Senator Francis Jr., seconded by Senator Carla Joseph. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Madam Clerk, can you please read today's agenda into the record?
Consideration of floor agenda. The 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands will dissolve into Committee of the Whole to receive testimony on Bill number 34.0188. An act amending Title 29 Virgin Islands Code by adding Chapter 24 to authorize the sale of the matching fund receipts and create a new entity named the Matching Fund Special Purpose Securitization Corporation to 1. Acquire during the transfer period all of the Virgin Islands government's right, title, and interest in the matching fund receipts to be paid to or for the account of the government by the United States Treasury and the related rights. 2, issue matching fund securitization bonds and the residual certificate in order to pay the purchase price, therefore, and as otherwise authorized under the Act. And 3, direct the Secretary and the United States Department of Interior to pay the matching fund receipts directly into the deposit account to approve the issuance by the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority or other entity of the GRS funding note to the government for deposit as an in-kind contribution to the GRS, to ratify the amendments to the rum company agreements, repealing and replacing Acts numbers 8329 and 8330, and for other related purposes. Invited testifiers: Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration, Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority; Nelon Bori, Chairman, Government Employees Retirement System Board; Bosedi Bruce, Commissioner, Department of Finance; Key Walker, General Counsel, VI Public Finance Authority; Carol Denniston, Squire Patton Boggs, LLP, Special Counsel to the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority and the Matching Fund Special Purpose Securitization Corporation; Miles Plaskett, Dwayne Morris, LLP, Bond Counsel to the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority and Special Counsel to the Matching Fund Special Purpose Securitization Corporation; Helen Hart, President, Government Employees United for Fairness; David Paul, Financial Advisor to the Government of the Virgin Islands and the Public Finance Authority; Austin Nibbs, Administrator, Government Employees Retirement System; Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget; Jeffrey Eaton, Winston and Strawn, LLP, Special Counsel to the Government of the Virgin Islands; Pedro Hernandez, Squire Patton Boggs, LLP, Special Counsel to the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority and the Matching Fund Special Purpose Securitization Corporation; Adam Labert, Ramirez and Company, Inc., Lead Bond Underwriter; and Deborah Christopher, President, St. Croix Government Retirees, Inc. That completes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And of course, today we will dissolve into Committee of the Whole to discuss the solvency of the government retirement system. This has been a long time coming, and we've worked together collaboratively along with the executive branch to ensure that we have a document that we can, most of us, of course, can say that we are prepared to move forward on. And what's important for us as we dissolve into Committee of the Whole is that the community, those in the Virgin Islands and abroad, understands exactly what we're doing, why we're doing it. So we will be able to move forward with moving back up into a session so we can take a vote on this very, very important matter. Today, I think will be considered one of the history-making times in the U.S. Virgin Islands. We've discussed this issue in the 33rd legislature, and we were not ready. And nothing happens before its time. I remember the Senate President at the time, and I said that to him this morning. He made a comment that resonated with me. And I think he referred back to the former Governor, Alexander Farrelly. He said, "Hurry, dog, eat raw meat." And we heard him, and we contemplated, and we made the final decision. And we're here again today, but this time we're here in a very collaborative manner where we are a lot more comfortable. Nothing is perfect. The world is not perfect, but we're a lot more comfortable, and we're prepared to have the discussion so the entire Virgin Islands could understand what's in front of us and what's in front of them. So at this time, the legislative session of January 31st, 2022 will hereby dissolve into the Committee of the Whole to hear testimony on Bill number 34, that's 0188. So good morning again. Today we'll hear testimony on Bill 34, that's 0188, from the members of the government executive team, the government retirement system, the retirees group, etc., on this proposal that's before us. These proposed bond refunding, a sale of the matching fund receipts, and the approval of the issuance of the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority or other entity of the GRS funding note to the government for a deposit as an in-kind contribution to the GRS, and to ratify the amendments to the Rum Company agreements, and repealing and replacing Act numbers 8329 and 8330, and for other related purposes. We see that the testifiers are on the screen this morning, so good morning to all of the testifiers. We're going to ask that you keep your cameras on as much as possible. Of course, there are many times that we experience issues with our bandwidth, so from time to time we may have challenges, but we're going to work this through, because this is critical and important for us to get this information on the record today. Yes, we're going to ask, so keep your cameras on. Cameras on, microphones off, of course. And I'm going to ask Senator Kurt A. Viale to introduce Bill number 34-0188. Senator Viale, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the various testifiers. I'm happy to be here to introduce Bill number 34-0188 that is sponsored by myself, Senator Kurt Viale, along with Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Senator Novel Francis, Senator Janelle Sarou, Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Carla Joseph, Senator Milton Potter, Senator Stephen Payne, Senator Samuel Carrion, Senator Javan James, Senator Franklin Johnson, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, and Senator Dwayne DeGraff. So I am very proud to put all those names on the record, individuals who have collectively been working on this bill for the past couple months. Madam Chair, at the inception of the 34th legislature, something was done different in reference to the three past legislature that I have served in, and that is that subcommittees were formed. 3 subcommittees were formed along with the standing committees, and I was named the chair of the Committee of GRS, Solvency, Restructuring, and Economic Development. Immediately, we began to have meetings about 3 or 4 months into the session, and the members of that particular subcommittee, Senator Carrion, Senator DeGraff, Senator Potter, and who am I missing? Senator Joseph, that's what it is, Senator Joseph. And we also invited all of the members of the Finance Committee to come to the subcommittee meeting. At that first meeting, we invited the Government Employee Retirement System Board Chair, Mr. Bory, Mr. Nibs, the CEO, and Seagull Consultants. And we had a frank discussion as to what direction we should move in reference to the Government Employee Retirement System. After meeting, we realized that the structural changes were already completed in the 31st legislature when we had changed the way that annuities are calculated. We had changed the early retirement section, and we have fixed all of the language literally and created the Tier 2 in order for the retirement system to move on. We quickly realized that the outstanding issue we were having was money. It was just a money issue, and we needed to generate additional funds for the retirement system. And senators were charged with the responsibility of bringing any legislation that they have that is revenue generating that can go to the retirement system. We had the meeting, a number of options were disclosed. We realized that of all the options we had, it still wasn't substantially enough to stop the bleeding of the system with the liquidating of funds. And then a decision was made, well, let's bring back the special purpose vehicle, but we will make sure that every dime from the special purpose vehicle, every savings, every additional money will go to the Government Employee Retirement System. At the same time, the GVI was lucky to win the excise tax case, and we then pledged, I put in legislation that was preempted by Senator Fred Gregory and the excise tax legislation, and we put in some other revenue generating and seek to create a GRS stabilization fund where we will transfer a certain amount of dollars to the retirement system on an annual basis. We made a commitment of $40 million, and the $40 million was going to come from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund, and then we also committed an additional $10 million that goes directly to GRS right now for a total of $50 million. And we made a decision that we wanted to pledge that additional $50 million in order to do a special purpose vehicle or to do a securitization. So we had 2 meetings with the administrative branch and the financial team, and we pledged our idea where we wanted to make sure that we add these additional monies and that the monies be dedicated to the government employee retirement system. And subsequently, we had a meeting where they were able to outline to the Public Finance Authority, and I think Mr. David Paul has been a great addition to the Public Finance Authority, where we were able to come up with a structure that would dedicate a certain amount of monies to the government employee retirement system. We have now defined that funding source as the government employee retirement system funding note. And what this particular bill is going to do is that it is going to refinance our Internal Revenue Matching Fund debt service. We should realize a savings, and it's going to pledge an additional $50 million Internal Revenue Matching Fund that would then create this GRS funding note, and through the restructuring, the government employee retirement system would be able to receive on an annual basis a certain amount of money. The big difference with this particular legislation and the SPVs that were offered before is that this is a 30-year annual commitment to the government employee retirement system. So every single year, they're going to get a specific amount of money versus the last version where they were going to get monies or a portion for 3 years, and there were no specific mention of the government employee retirement system in the last bills that we heard. The bill that we're hearing today creates this GRS funding note at the same time that the securitization is going to take place. So we are making a 30-year commitment. And off the bat, even if we had no savings or anything else, we have pledged an additional $50 million to the GRS system. That means that our budget this year has just taken a $40 million hit. Because the $40 million that we are dedicating from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund was already pledged to the general fund. But we believe that this retirement system is of such importance that we need to make up that difference. So we have been charged that if we have to cut the budget by $40 million, we will, or hopefully we'll be able to generate additional money in different categories. The bill has been extensively worked on by just about every member of this particular body, to include 10 minutes ago, where we were going over suggested amendments and seeing what we're going to agree on and what we're going to submit. And in 2 occasions before that, at least 12 to 13 members of this body sat in this same chamber and on St. Croix, and we went through line by line to amend and to make sure that the bill is structured in the best interests of the people of the Virgin Islands. So I'm happy that the 34th legislature today, with the sponsorship of 13 individuals from this body, will be able to move this legislation that we believe will change the path moving forward in reference to the government employee retirement system. It is significant because the language specifically says that the government employee retirement system will be the beneficiary. So I will close by thanking all the members of this body for the hard and diligent work, and I know that we wanted to finish it quicker, but it's these bills of this type of complexity takes a lot of time in order to bring it to the table, and it's here today. So thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Veilleux. We're going to go to the testifiers, and I'm going to ask that you place your names on the record. We're going to start with Mr. Nathan Simmons. Name and title on the record, please.
Good morning, Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration, Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority.
Thank you. Mr. David Paul.
Good morning. My name is David Paul. I'm President of Fiscal Strategies Group, Financial Advisor to the Public Finance Authority.
Thank you. Bosede Bruce. Commissioner.
Good morning. Good morning. Bosede Bruce, Commissioner of the Department of Finance and Executive Director of the Public Finance Authority.
Thank you. Director Jennifer O'Neill.
Good afternoon, Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Thank you. Is Austin Nibs, Retirement System?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Austin Nibs, Administrator, CEO, GRS.
Thank you. The Board Chair for the Retirement System, Mr. Nelambori.
Good afternoon to everybody. Nelambori, Chairman of the Board of the GRS.
Right. Is General Counsel for the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority here with us? Attorney Key Walker.
Good morning. Key Walker on behalf of the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority.
Okay. Jeffrey Ethan of Winston & Strawn.
Good day. Jeffrey Eaton of Winston & Strawn, Special Counsel to the Government.
Attorney Miles Plaskett, Bond Counsel to Dwayne Morris.
Good morning, Miles Plaskett, partner at Dwayne Morris, Bond Counsel to the Public Finance Authority and Special Counsel to the Matching Fund Special Purpose Securitization Corporation.
Thank you. Carol Deniston, Squire Putnam Boggs. Is Carol Deniston on the line? Okay, she's not here. Pedro Hernandez, Squire Patton & Boggs.
Yes, good day. Pedro Hernandez, partner at Squire Patton Boggs.
We are having a hard time hearing you, Pedro.
Yes, good day. My name is Pedro Hernandez. I'm a partner at Squire Patton Boggs. We're special counsel to the Public Financing Authority and the Matching Fund Special Purpose Securitization Corporation.
Okay. Adam Lobert, Ramirez and Company, Bond Underwriters.
Good afternoon. This is Adam Lobert at Ramirez and Company. We are the lead bond underwriter.
The Helen Hart, President of the Government Employees United for Fairness. She did indicate that she would send a letter. And Deborah Christopher, President St. Croix Government Retirees Incorporated. We did not hear back from them. Did I miss anyone that's on the virtual line? Okay. All right, so we will proceed. We're going to start with the government's testimony. We're going to ask, I believe that Mrs. Nathan Simmons and David Paul submitted testimony for the government of the Virgin Islands. So we're going to start with you, Nathan Simmons, and then we'll proceed with Mr. David Paul. So, Mr. Simmons, you may proceed.
Good afternoon again, and thank you very much, Madam President. Good day, Senate President Donna M. Fred Gregory, President of the 34th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands, other members of the 34th Legislature, fellow testifiers, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen in the legislative chambers, as well as in the viewing and listening audiences. I am Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration of the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority. This is an exciting moment for the administration of Governor Albert Bryan and Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roach, and no doubt for many of the senators here in this chamber who have worked together for many months to finally craft a solution to the long-standing and vexing problem of restoring long-term solvency to the government employees' retirement system, the GRS, and in so doing, to restore a sense of confidence in the future to the thousands of current and future retirees who depend on GRS for their financial security. According to Siegel, the actuarial firm that annually reports on the financial condition of GRS, the retirement system is on its last leg. In its most recent annual report, Siegel projects that GRS will run out of assets by October 2024, if not sooner. When GRS becomes insolvent, retiree obligations that have traditionally been paid by GRS would become obligations of the government's general fund, requiring estimated supplemental funding of $150 to $160 million annually above current statutorily required contributions. Absent that funding, the system is projected to have to reduce benefits by 50 to 55%, simply because its available resources would be insufficient to sustain benefit payments at current levels. It is important to note that fixing the retirement system is critical to everyone in our community, not just government employees, retirees, and their families. Businesses of all kinds across the territory depend on retirees as consumers and investors. Those businesses and so many others would see their livelihoods impacted should we fail to restore GRS to solvency and long-term stability. Simply stated, the consequences of a GRS failure would be widespread, long-term, and devastating to all of us. We simply cannot allow that to happen. The action that we ask the 34th legislature to take today in approving the bill before you will both forestall the depletion of GRS assets and provide a long-term funding stream that Siegel has determined will be sufficient to secure the long-term future of the retirement system. This legislation and this plan have been developed in collaboration with the members of the Senate Subcommittee on GRS, as well as in consultation with GRS and its actuary. This is not a proposal that kicks the can down the road. Rather, it provides a comprehensive solution to the insolvency of the retirement system and achieves the essential goal of restoring long-term stability to GRS. Specifically, this legislation will authorize the creation of a special purpose public corporation to be named the Matching Fund Special Purpose Securitization Corporation. This limited purpose public corporation will acquire for a limited time all of the Virgin Islands government's rights in the matching fund receipts that are paid to the government annually by the United States Treasury, in order that the Matching Fund Special Purpose Securitization Corporation can issue bonds under its own more favorable credit rating. The proceeds from these bonds, in turn, would be used to fully refund and restructure all the outstanding matching fund revenue bonds issued by the Public Finance Authority, thereby reducing a portion of the government's debt. Restructuring of the PFA bonds will also enable the PFA, in turn, to issue its own note secured by an irrevocable and legally binding pledge of the government's share of the residual matching fund receipts. That note, with an estimated par amount of $1.7 billion, will be deposited by the government on the GRS balance sheet in order to secure the payment of an estimated $4 billion over the next 30 years. These payments to GRS would be in addition to the current levels of annual government pension contributions required under Virgin Islands law. And let me repeat that, because there has been some confusion over this payment. It is in addition to the current level of the annual government pension contributions required under the law. Specifically in this legislation, the government commits up to $158 million annually in matching fund receipts. This amount, which reflects the current level of the government's share of annual matching fund receipts, is sufficient to fund the projected bond debt service on the matching fund refunding bonds to be issued by the new corporation, as well as payments on the note to be held by GRS. So long as rum production in the territory continues at current levels, Seagal projects that this commitment of $4 billion to GRS over the next 30 years will enable GRS to continue to meet its obligation to retirees without requiring any modifications to or cuts in employee benefits. The sale of the matching fund receipts to the Matching Fund Special Purpose Securitization Corporation is proposed to provide enhanced security for bondholders that prevents the diversion of the receipts from the debt service payments. Once all outstanding matching fund securitization bonds are paid, the rights to the matching fund receipts will once again be owned by the government. The U.S. Department of Treasury has indicated that they will be able to provide written acknowledgement of the governor's irrevocable direction to remit the matching fund receipts to the government's restricted account once the legislation is passed and all required documentation is received. Importantly, reshaping the existing matching fund debt service through the issuance of refunding bonds by the new created corporation is a critical element of the proposed plan. It creates the flexibility to reduce debt service costs during the early years, and in so doing, to accelerate funding for GRS and provide more funding to the system sooner, including over $500 million during the critical next few years when funding to GRS is most urgently needed. Refunding the existing matching fund bonds is a tool to achieving this goal, not an end in itself. The goal is fixing the GRS so that all existing retirees can rest assured that the benefits they earned and depend on today will continue uninterrupted, and current employees can be confident they are contributing to a retirement system that will be there for them when they retire. The legislation before you include a key condition to the issuance of the GRS note. GRS will be required to enter into a settlement agreement with the government, dropping any and all existing litigation and claims against the government for past funding disputes. Additionally, a portion of the GRS note will be applied to satisfy the remaining amount of the recent judgment. This comprehensive settlement would mark the first time in more than a generation that the government and GRS would have no disputes outstanding in any courts. In sum, the plan that is embodied in the legislation before you today resolves GRS's near-term insolvency risk by creating a secure, long-term funding mechanism that provides stability for GRS. The plan achieves this stability without requiring cuts in retiree benefits. And the plan reaffirms the government's long-term commitment to its retirees and current employees. Part of the transaction, minor technical amendments to the government's agreements with Diageo USVI and Cruise and Vera Limited, and ancillary agreements relating to the issuance of the matching fund securitization bonds are required. The rum company amendments presented to you today have been updated but are otherwise identical to the amendments previously ratified. We believe that the proposal we have submitted to you is the last opportunity we will have to provide a permanent solution to avoid a GRS insolvency. Time is of the essence due to increasing interest rates and we strongly urge that we do not include anything in the legislation that could delay the issuance of the securitization bonds. Madam President and Senators, this concludes my portion of the testimony. Before I ask our financial advisor, David Paul of Fiscal Strategies Group, to go into more detail on the proposed program to restore solvency to the GRS, I would like to thank you for the opportunity, for granting us the opportunity to appear before this body, and thank you and all the senators who participated in bringing this plan to restore solvency to our retirement system to the point that we have reached today. After Mr. Paul's testimony, he and I, along with the others that are here with us today, who I would like to briefly introduce, will stand ready to respond to your questions. Those with us today include Bosede Bruce, Commissioner of the Department of Finance, Jennifer O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and Attorney Key Walker, General Counsel to the Public Finance Authority. In addition, we are joined by several outside counsel who can respond to particular questions that you may have. These include Attorney Jeffrey Eaton of the Winston & Strawn Law Firm, who has worked with our rum company partners to conclude the amendments and can address questions on the amendments to the agreements with the rum companies. Attorneys Carol Denniston and Pedro Hernandez from Squire Patton Boggs, who serve as bond counsel with respect to the new matching fund bonds, are available to respond to questions regarding the proposed legislation, the arrangements with the U.S. Treasury, and the overall structure of the financing. Attorney Miles Plaskett of Duane Morris, who is serving as special counsel to the Public Finance Authority with respect to the restructuring of the matching fund bonds, as well as bond counsel with respect to the proposed GRS note, is available to answer questions regarding the creation of the new special purpose corporation and the restructuring and the structuring of the proposed GRS note. And finally, we are also joined by Adam Lobert from Ramirez and Company, lead underwriter for the proposed matching fund bond restructuring, who brings a depth of understanding of the proposed securitization, the market for the new bonds to be issued, and conditions in the bond market today. Thank you very much, Madam President. I would now ask David Paul to speak in greater depth about the background and structure of the proposed program to restore solvency to GRS. Following his testimony, the team and I are available to respond to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Mr. David Paul, you're recognized for your testimony.
Thank you very much. Good day, Senate President Donna Fred Gregory, President of the 34th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands, and members of the 34th Legislature, fellow testifiers, media, ladies and gentlemen in the legislative chambers, as well as the viewing and listening audiences. I am David Paul, President of Fiscal Strategies Group. We currently serve as the financial advisor to the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority. In his testimony, Nathan Simmons provided a good introduction to the plan for restoring solvency to GERS that is embodied in the legislation that you are considering today. He has also emphasized how critical stabilizing GERS is both to the retirees and current employees who, along with their families, rely upon the promises made to them for their retirement security, for the health and security of their families, and for the economic well-being of so many other individuals, families, and businesses across the territory. I would also add that fixing GERS is critically important to the long-term financial health of the U.S. Virgin Islands from a macro perspective. Within the bond markets, there's a cloud hanging over all of the U.S. territories. It is a cloud that emanates from Puerto Rico. It is the cloud of PROMESA. PROMESA is a form of bankruptcy specifically developed by the U.S. Congress for Puerto Rico, but one that could very easily be applied to other U.S. territories. For a number of years now, the government of Puerto Rico has been embroiled in a contentious battle with its creditors, bondholders, and retirees. And only this month, after 5.5 years of bitter fighting, the judge has finally approved its plan of adjustment. The U.S. Virgin Islands has never been in bankruptcy, nor have we ever considered utilizing a PROMESA-type mechanism. Nor, I would add, have I ever spoken to a territorial official who thinks that we should go down the PROMESA road. But investors do not know that. For several years now, the bond ratings of the U.S. Virgin Islands have been placed in the CCC level. These are the lowest ratings of any government in the United States. And the two reasons for those ratings, more than anything else, and the reason for those ratings more than anything else, can be summed up with two words: GERS and PROMESA. In the words of Moody's Investor Service, one of the four major bond rating agencies, from a press release this fall, despite some recent improvements in the government's liquidity and near-term financial position, the expected insolvency of the GERS will lead the government to restructure its debt. And by restructure, Moody's means PROMESA, territorial language for bankruptcy. The consequences of this expectation in the markets are by no means theoretical. Just last week, the investment banker for a major hotel investor, now looking at a significant investment in the territory, indicated that his investor may pull out due to what he referred to as PROMESA risk. It's an investor who refuses to invest in Puerto Rico, and now, due to the looming insolvency of GERS and the perceived risk of a PROMESA-type proceeding in the Virgin Islands, wants to be assured that any new investment in the Virgin Islands would not be at risk. I know this is a bit of a segue, but I only want to point out that the problem of GERS is one that affects the territories in more ways than many people imagine. If that investor is concerned, it's because he has a right to be concerned. As Director Simmons pointed out, and as all of you are already aware, Siegel, the actuary of the Government Employee Retirement System, projects that GERS will run out of assets by October 2024. However, Siegel emphasized in its actuarial report dated August 27, 2021, that insolvency could come sooner, depending on the liquidity of the system's assets. In its October 1, 2020 actuarial valuation of the system, Siegel shows an unfunded net system liability of $5.8 billion. This amount far exceeds the bonded debt as the largest liability of the government. In comparison, the government's outstanding public purpose matching fund bonds total $657 million, while gross receipts taxes bonds outstanding total $559 million. Should nothing be done and the system run out of assets as Siegel projects, retiree obligations which have traditionally been paid by GERS would become obligations of the general fund. For the fiscal year beginning October 2024, Siegel projects that the cost of benefits due to retirees will total $299 million. That amount is $155 million greater than Siegel's projection of total employee and employee contributions for that year. That means the current retirees will come hat in hand to the government, and that means to those of you in the Senate, demanding their pension checks, competing for scarce general fund resources with teachers, police, corrections workers, firefighters, and many others. The magnitude of the general fund impact of the final depletion of GERS assets in 2024 is illustrated in Exhibit 1, below or presented on the screen. The red bars indicate
Media.
The red bars indicate.
Okay. Go ahead.
I just wanted to wait to see if they were there. Sorry. The red bars indicate the new funding requirements that would be needed to be met on top of the light and dark blue amounts representing the employer and employee funding commitments. And that would just be the beginning of the stress that would be placed on the system. Current employees who pay a fair share of their compensation into GERS would have to wonder whether their contributions were being invested for their future benefit and were just being used to pay current retirees. Employees would reasonably demand the right to keep and invest their own contributions, or accuse their employer of forcing them to participate in a Ponzi scheme. This is what the path to PROMESA looks like, and it's easy to see why people fear it. Payments due to retirees are projected by Siegel to continue to rise and ultimately peak at $320 million in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2033. In that year, employee and employer contributions are projected to total $194 million, leaving an annual fiscal deficit of $125 million. In the ensuing years, as Tier 1 retiree obligations decline, the solvency of the retirement system will steadily improve. Siegel projects that as Tier 1 retirees come to dominate the retiree population, the system will become fully self-supporting. The purpose of the legislation that you're considering today is to solve the problem of the looming insolvency of GERS and create a source of long-term, predictable funding for the retirement system. The plan embodied in this legislation reflects the work of many people, including the governor and members of his administration, the Senate Subcommittee on GERS, as well as the leadership of GERS and their actuarial firm, Siegel. This is not the first plan seeking to restore solvency to the retirement system, but it may well be the first one that has been blessed by Siegel as being a viable long-term solution and has made it to this step of being codified in legislation under consideration by this body. The creation of the Matching Fund Special Purpose Securitization Corporation and the refunding and restructuring of the outstanding PFA matching fund bonds is designed to address the insolvency of GERS by assuring a reliable stream of funding to GERS over the next 30 years, allowing the Tier 1 problem to be resolved over time. Solvency would be achieved by refunding and restructuring the outstanding Public Finance Authority matching fund bonds to create cash flow relief during the early years. The $158 million in annual matching fund receipts dedicated in the legislation, an amount approximately equal to the government's share of matching fund receipts at the current level of Virgin Islands sourced rum sales into the U.S. market, is projected to be sufficient to pay off the debt service cost of the refunding bonds to be issued, as well as to provide $4 billion to the GERS over a 30-year period. The creation of the Securitization Corporation as a bond-issuing entity is not a new strategy for achieving public policy goals in the Virgin Islands, as it mirrors the creation of the PFA under Governor Alexander Farrelly in the late 1980s. At that time, the government did not have access to the bond markets, and the PFA was created and was able to issue bonds based on the assignment of matching fund revenues and gross receipts taxes dedicated to a trustee for the bondholders. The utilization of the proposed securitization corporation, rather than the PFA, to implement the refunding and restructuring of outstanding bonds reflects changes in the regulatory, rating, and market environment that now makes it advisable to create greater separation from the government. The cover-over revenues that are paid over annually from the U.S. Treasury to the government of the Virgin Islands and that now secure matching fund revenue bonds issued by the PFA would be legally assigned instead to the Securitization Corporation for as long as the bonds to be issued by the Securitization Corporation remain outstanding. The bond ratings of the PFA bonds, the bond ratings of the PFA bonds are currently rated in the CCC category, the lowest of any general purpose municipal bond issuer in the country. Those ratings reflect reasonable concerns on the part of bond rating analysts over the impact that the looming insolvency of GERS would have on the finances of the government. Assigning the matching fund receipts to the Securitization Corporation for bond issuance purposes would allow a full public offering of the new bonds, enabling a bond rating on the bonds not tied to the current CCC rating on the government's bonds, and provide investor protection against a possible PROMESA-type insolvency process by the government. Exhibit 2, which can now be put on the screen, illustrates the flow of funds through the Securitization Corporation. Can we put Exhibit 2 on the
Media,
screen?
please put Exhibit 2 on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you. It may be hard to see, but Exhibit 2 illustrates the flow of funds through the Securitization Corporation. There's a light gray line around the blue boxes, which represents the role of the Securitization Corporation. And the flow of funds shown here illustrate how the annual matching fund receipts would flow first to the Securitization Corporation bondholders and then on to fund other obligations as they do currently. As I indicated before, in this respect, the blue boxes and the gray line around them represent a different version today of what the PFA was created to do several decades ago. The Securitization Corporation would oversee the issuance of bonds to refund and restructure the outstanding matching fund bonds issued by the PFA, including both the bonds issued for governmental purposes and the Rum Company project bonds. The bond refunding and restructuring is essential to achieving the overall objective of restoring solvency to the GERS. The objective of the bond refunding and restructuring would be to reduce debt service costs on matching fund bonds over a multi-year period to free up matching fund receipts so that those funds can be paid to the GERS to meet its pension funding needs. While the current market conditions suggest that the refunding of the outstanding bonds will generate $70 million in present value savings to the government, the essential benefit of the bond refunding is the restructuring of principal repayment to generate significant cash flow relief during the first 10 years when funding to GERS is most urgently needed. The Securitization Corporation Plan of Financing contemplates the commitment of $158 million of annual matching fund receipts to pay debt service on the Securitization Corporation matching fund bonds issued to refund the outstanding matching fund revenue bonds and provide annual payments to GERS. Bonds issued by the Securitization Corporation would be secured by and paid from the matching fund receipts. After the payment of the securitization bond debt service, residual receipts would flow first to pay amounts due to the rum companies under the rum company agreements, then to GERS under the terms of the PFA note obligation to be held on the GERS balance sheet, and finally to the general fund for any other purpose as may be appropriated by a future legislature. Exhibit 3, which can be put on the screen, illustrates the allocation of matching fund receipts over the next 30 years. This projection is based on the sales of based on the sales of Virgin Islands rum into the U.S. market, and therefore the matching fund receipts paid over to the U.S. Treasury, from the U.S. Treasury, remaining at current year forecasted levels. Note that the bond debt service amounts shown here are based on the current market conditions and therefore are subject to change. The final dollar amounts will not be locked in until the refunding bonds are sold. Amounts due in each year to GERS under the proposed plan will be equal to $158 million less the debt service due on the Securitization Corporation's bonds related to the refunding of the outstanding public purpose matching fund bonds. This amount is highlighted in yellow on Exhibit 3, and the refunding would be structured to minimize early year debt service on those bonds in order to maximize the flow of excess revenues to the GERS. The flow of funds to GERS would be paid and secured under the terms of the note, of the GERS note, and the amounts projected to be paid to GERS over the 30-year period from 2022 to 2052 are projected to total between $3.7 billion and $4 billion, with the difference based on whether the Securitization Corporation bonds are sold with a final maturity of 2039, the current expiration date of the rum company agreements, or to a longer maturity date in 2021. The process of putting together the proposed GERS stabilization plan moved forward. As the process of putting together the proposed GERS stabilization plan moved forward, we reached out to GERS and asked that we be able to work with Siegel, the GERS actuary, so that Siegel could evaluate the viability of alternative scenarios that we were considering. Siegel ultimately completed an assessment of 4 scenarios in addition to the do-nothing base case in terms of the impact of the cash flow to GERS on system solvency. This analysis has been updated based upon bond market conditions last week, and their final report on the proposed plan is available to you. The Siegel analysis looks at 5 alternative paths forward. The base case, if we do nothing. In the base case, Siegel projects the system will be insolvent by September 30th of 2024, if not sooner. Alternative scenario 1, where the $158 million is committed for 30 years, as I described, with debt restructured through 2039. This alternative would require no cut in pension benefits. Scenario 2 had the $158 million committed for 30 years, with the debt restructured through 2051. This alternative would require no cut in pension benefits. Alternative scenario 3, the $158 million funding amount falls to $118 million after 3 years, reflective of committing the amount equivalent to the $40 million in gross receipts tax receipts for only 3 years. Based on their analysis, Siegel concluded that this alternative would require a 10% cut in Tier 1 benefits in order to sustain system solvency. Finally, Alternative 4, the $158 million is committed for 30 years, as described above, but with no debt restructuring. In the absence of the proposed bond refunding to create early cash flow relief, Siegel projects that the system will be insolvent in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2029, and that a 10% Tier 1 benefit cut for at least 10 years would be required to sustain system solvency. Siegel concludes that alternatives 1 and 2, which use a bond restructuring and refunding and restructuring to free up funding capacity in the early years, combined with the dedication of matching fund receipts to GERS, as described above, would each successfully address the problem of GERS underfunding through expiration of Tier 1. Siegel concludes that alternatives 3 and 4 can enable GERS to be restored to solvency, but both of those alternatives would require 10% reductions in Tier 1 benefits for 10 years or more. The graphic shown in Exhibit 4, which is now on the screen and which is below in the testimony, is from the Siegel analysis. This graphic shows the base case GERS falling to 0 in 2024, and each of the other 4 scenarios show GERS assets stabilizing over the next 10 years, albeit at low levels, before beginning to improve dramatically as the Securitization Corporation bonds are retired and as Tier 1 costs begin to moderate. It is important to note that Siegel's conclusions, like all forward-looking analysis, reflect assumptions about future revenues, costs, and investment returns. In this case, along with assumptions about employment levels and mortality projections, they assume a level of returns on GERS invested assets. In the case of the scenarios above, they concluded that the proposed GERS stabilization plan would provide a long-term solution based on a 6% return on GERS investments. Similarly, the permanence of the proposed stabilization plan embodied in this legislation depends upon the continued production and sales of Virgin Islands rum, and therefore the production of cover-over revenues at current levels. Finally, and perhaps most important as you consider this legislation, is that this is a market-sensitive transaction. For the past several years, we have seen long-term interest rates at or near historic low levels. Interest rates in the municipal bond market, and in particular, investor appetite for lower-rated credits, are critically important to the effectiveness of this transaction in providing long-term stability for GERS. As the $158 million of dedicated annual funding will be shared between the payment of debt service on the Securitization Corporation bonds and the GERS note, the higher the debt service cost on the Securitization Corporation bonds, the lower the payments on the GERS note, and vice versa. Over the months that we have been discussing the proposed transaction, markets were fairly stable. Then, last week, everything changed. As expectations have increased that the Federal Reserve Bank intends to raise interest rates, bond interest rates have spiked upward. But more to the point, investors have pulled back. Many large municipal bond transactions were pulled from the market, and what happens next remains to be seen. The point here is straightforward. Time is not on our side. The economics of this transaction are completely market dependent. Debt service costs on the refunding bonds will not be locked in until the day that we price those bonds. Therefore, projections of the magnitude of the potential funding that the GERS note can provide will remain just that, projections. Hopefully, you will vote to pass the legislation before you today, and we can continue to make progress in our collective effort to provide long-term stability to GERS. In summary, Madam President and Senators, the legislation that you're considering today reflects Alternative 1 in the discussion above. It is a stabilization plan that has been vetted by Siegel, the GERS actuary. Siegel concludes that the plan produces a viable path forward for returning GERS to solvency. It finally addresses a problem that has long vexed the territory. Thank you very much for your time. Nathan Simmons and I, as well as all the other members of our team, are available to respond to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. We'll now hear from Mr. Austin Nibbs, the Administrator for the Government Employees Retirement System. Mr. Nibbs?
Thank you, Madam President. Good day, Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, President of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, members of the 34th Legislature present and listening and viewing audiences. I am Austin L. Nibbs, Administrator, CEO of the Government Employees Retirement System. The GERS appreciates this opportunity to give testimony on Bill number 34.0188, an act of repealing and replacing Act numbers 8329 and 8330, amending Title 29 Virgin Islands Code by repealing Chapter 24 in its entirety and replacing it with a new Chapter 24, terminating the existence of the Matching Fund Serialization Corporation, creating, as of the date thereof, a new entity named the Virgin Islands, the United States Virgin Islands Matching Fund Special Purpose Serialization Corporation, the corporation to, 1, acquire during the transfer period all of the Virgin Islands government rights, title, and interest in the matching fund receipts to be paid to or for the account of the government of the United States Treasury during the transfer period, and B, the related rights to issue matching fund serialization bonds and the residual certificate in order to pay the purchase price thereof, therefore, and as otherwise authorized under the Act. And 3, direct Secretary of the United States Department of Interior to pay the matching fund receipts directly into the deposit account. To approve the issuance by the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority or other entity of a bond to the government for deposit as an in-kind contributions to the GERS. To approve and ratify all actions taken pursuant to Act numbers 8329 and 8330 prior to the day hereof, to ratify the amendments to the rum company agreements and for other related purposes. Madam President and Senators, the GERS management is not in opposition of the bill and commends the plan sponsor for seriously addressing the insolvency of the fund. However, we recommend amendments which are listed below. In section 1402 definitions, subsections KK on page 9 and section 1413D on page 29 states, as a conditions to the issuance of the GERS funding note, the GERS shall have delivered or filed or caused to be delivered or filed a settlement agreement which release any and all pending claims, including all outstanding employer contributions, and dismiss any and all pending litigation against the government, and that any pending or existing judgments against the government shall be deemed satisfied. The GERS agrees to dismiss the district court case and execute a consent agreement in the superior court case, This will allow the Superior Court to retain jurisdiction in the event either of the parties default during the 30-year life of the funding agreement. If the GRS were to agree to the settlement agreement as contemplated by the current legislative bill, there would be no method of enforcement available to the GRS. Therefore, the GRS requests that this section be amended to provide for the GRS to enter into a consent judgment. Section 1404, subsection B5 on page 14, provides that a corporation, if authorized in the future by the legislature, issues additional bonds and included but not limited to subordinated lien bonds for purposes related to the corporation as contemplated by the resolution, and use the proceeds as contemplated in the related indenture or supplemented indenture and pay any relating closing costs and ongoing financing costs. This section should be amended to require any additional bond issues to be subordinated to the GRS bond. Without such a provision, the issuance of additional bond may deplete the residual fund and amount of funding provided to the GRS. Also in this same section, subsection D on page 29, the bill provides that upon the deposit by the government to the GRS funding note with the GRS shall be deemed the sole exclusive owner of the GRS funding note, subject to rights and transfer by the GRS as set forth in the indenture or other financing documents securing the GRS funding note. The GRS recommends an amendment so that there is no restriction or limitation on the rights to transfer the bond. In this same section, subsection G on page 29, the bill provides that any and all amounts budgeted by the government to be paid into the GRS during fiscal year 2022 shall, upon the issuance and delivery of the GRS funding note, be deemed voided, rescinded, and no further force or effect. Does this provisions mean that the GRS will not receive the employer contributions in 2022? Does the GRS bond contemplate relieving the government of the Virgin Islands of its guarantee of benefit obligation in 3 VIC sections 718 and 720? This provision is very concerning as the GRS requires the payment of employer contributions to fund the retiree payroll. Failure to receive the employer contributions in 2022 will require the GRS to make up for any shortfall by liquidating more of its limited assets that remain in the investment portfolio. The GRS requests that the language is either deleted or amended, exempt the employer FY 2022 contributions from the bill. In addition to the recommended amendments identified above, the GRS has several questions regarding the transaction that will be addressed to the governor's financial team upon passage of this bill. Madam Chair and Senators, this ends our testimony. We are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nibbs. We will now hear from Mr. Nelambori, Chairman of the Government Employees Retirement System. Ms. Abori, you may proceed. Your mic is muted, Ms. Abori. We are not hearing you.
Okay, let's start over, please. Good afternoon, Senate President, Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, to other members of the Committee of the Whole, and to all present and otherwise attending. My name is Nelambori, Chairman of the GRS Board of Trustees, and I appear pursuant to your invitation to offer testimony which is in substantial support of both the primary purpose of Bill number 340188, which is to sustainably fund the Virgin Islands government employees' defined pension benefits, and the proposed plan of finance to achieve that purpose. My testimony complements and incorporates by reference that of Mr. Austin Nibbs, Administrator, CEO of GRS, particularly the recommended changes to the bill requested in his testimony. The financing proposal embodied in this bill, which has been characterized as a collaborative effort between the governor and the legislature, is truly worthy to be called a GRS rescue plan. On behalf of the 17,500 increasingly stressed out members of GRS, we applaud the sponsors for putting the members' interests above partisan politics. We have known for some time now what was required to rescue the GRS from the coming calamity of insolvency, now predicted for October 2024. For years, auditors and actuaries have been documenting the system's accelerating fiscal decline, and task forces have been telling us what was required to reverse it. Typical of others before it, the 2016 Mercer report summarized the government's rescue options as follows, and I quote, "The potential remedies are limited and conceptually simple. Make significant additional contributions, either as one-time cash infusions or substantially increased annual contributions or cut benefits." Close of quote. Bill number 340188, as I understand it, enables a plan that will provide significant annual contributions to the GRS in addition to the existing payroll-based employee and employer contributions, enough to fund the currently defined benefits promised to the members of the GRS for the foreseeable future. Most importantly, it averts the predicted insolvency, and with it, the dreaded retiree benefit reduction for the next 30 years. By that time, Tier 2 employees whose benefits are actuarially self-sustaining will predominate in the retiree pool. The promise of the plan is well supported by a substantial and reliable source of funding, which is the annual RAM cover over matching fund receipts. The plan of finance requires creation of a new special purpose financing vehicle. This one called Matching Fund Special Purpose Securitization Corporation. The government will cede to this corporation all its rights, title, and interests to future RAM cover over receipts, which the corporation will use to issue matching fund securitization bonds to refund about $658 million of existing PFA matching fund bonds. From the matching fund receipts remaining after paying debt service on the refunding bonds and other contractual obligations, notably the rum producers, the corporation will be required to make substantial annual contributions to the GRS according to a prescribed formula. Based on that formula, the estimated contribution to GRS will range from $82 million to $158 million, totaling approximately $4 million over 30 years. That stream of contribution is equivalent in value to about $2 billion of one-time capital infusion. Our actuarial consultant's analysis indicates that the stream of additional contributions would enable the system to meet its currently defined pension benefit obligations fully through the expiration of Tier 1 employees' benefits, at which time Tier 2 retirees will dominate. In short, the plan effectively takes the GRS insolvency off the table for the foreseeable future without reducing benefits. By sustainably refinancing the system, the plan avoids other significant negative spin-off effects which would result if the system were to collapse. A wipeout of members' benefits would further burden the territory's already fragile social services infrastructure. The loss of hundreds of millions of disposable income will multiply and spread to the wider economy, causing a reduction in government tax capture and a contraction in the overall Virgin Islands economy. Additionally, the apparent close collaboration between the governor and members of this body is recognition of the political premium that comes with a GRS rescue in an election year. After all, fixing the GRS problem was top of every candidate's list of campaign promises 2 years ago, a fix that has proved to be elusive until now. By this public policy accounting, all things considered, the substantial cost of this rescue is well worth the significant benefits. On behalf of the members of the system, the GRS applauds the diligent efforts of the plan sponsor to bring forth a credible and substantive solution for a vexing problem of GRS underfunding and the concomitant threat of its insolvency. Subject to the amendments requested in the administrator's testimony, which provide important protection and assurances to the GRS, and which we strongly recommend, the GRS supports Bill number 340188. Madam Chair, that concludes my testimony. I'd just like to close by echoing David Paul's point about market sensitivity. As you keep track of the financial news, we are all aware that increased interest costs are clearly on the horizon. And as David indicated, any increase in the cost in the interest cost reduces the amount available to the GRS. So time is certainly of the essence. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And that concludes my testimony. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bori. Do we have any other testimony? Okay. Madam Clerk, we have correspondence from the Government Employees United for Fairness, as well as correspondence from the two rum companies that we would like read into the record, please. So you can proceed with the Government United for Fairness first, and then the two rum companies after.
Okay.
You may proceed.
Gruff testimony before USVI Legislature, January 31st, 2022. Government Retirees United for Fairness, Inc., Gruff, thanks the 34th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands for the opportunity to submit testimony in connection with the legislature's consideration of BR 21.0685. It appears to Gruff that there are two somewhat distinct parts to the bill. First, there is the governor's portion of the bill, which is essentially unchanged from the terms that he proposed in August 2020. Indeed, he basically confirmed that in his State of the Territory speech earlier this week. And second, there is the portion of the bill fashioned by Senators Vele and Saru and their colleagues in which they very laudably tried to dedicate a stream of revenue from matching fund receipts to the government employees' retirement system. The bill is 27 pages long, and the first 26 pages, in our view, are primarily just a repeat of the governor's prior bill, seeking to protect the holders of the bonds that are backed by the MFR by putting the MFR into a special purpose vehicle for their benefit, with no apparent reasonably equivalent benefit to USVI. The only real purpose of the governor's bill in 2020, which made no mention of GRS or any funding initiative for GRS whatsoever, appears to have been to try to insulate the existing MFR bondholders from the financial distress of USVI by placing their collateral into a purportedly bankruptcy-protected special purpose vehicle. In light of the then current state of the USVI finances, the disposition of the MFR revenue in this fashion to benefit one group of creditors seemed inappropriate. We submit that the finances of USVI have not improved materially since 2020, and the propriety of this transaction remains an open question. Moreover, without more information, the necessity of the bond securitization transaction is not apparent to Gruff. If the government of the USVI simply wanted to allocate to GRS more of the annual MFR that the GVI currently receives, it would seem that it could do so without the bond securitization whatsoever. The GVI would simply need an agreement with the rum producers to take less of the MFR, which the GVI also needs under the current bill. Thus, it is not apparent to Gruff that the GVI also needs to engage in the bond securitization transaction. We understand that the proponents of the bill will assert that the bond securitization transaction is necessary to create certain debt service savings by achieving a lower interest rate on the new matching fund securitization bonds, and that those savings are critical to the overall legislation. Gruff does not have sufficient information to determine whether the expectations of the bill's proponents as to the materiality of such savings are well-grounded. As such, we will need to defer to the bill's proponents in this regard and hold them responsible for this assessment. As of the time of this submission, there are two other particularly troubling aspects of the bill that must be addressed. It is our understanding that these issues are currently being considered, and we hope they are being resolved. First, the bill does not provide the GVI with the ability, after the corporation goes to the market with the MFSB bond offering and determines the interest rate that the market will require on those bonds, to withdraw the offering if the interest rate and related pricing terms are too high and will not support the level of savings and other benefits supporting the current projections under the bill. Second, the bill in its current form would allow the legislature to authorize the corporation to issue additional bonds in the future. This raises the very real concern that the corporation could issue such additional bonds, which would then increase the debt service obligations of the corporation and decrease or completely eliminate the residual receipts available to fund the GRS funding note. The bill must be revised to avoid this danger. As to the portion of the bill developed primarily by the senators, which establishes a GRS funding note, grants a lien to GRS in the residual receipts to secure the note, and directs residual receipts to be paid to GRS in satisfaction of the note. We applaud and are grateful for the senators' resourcefulness and efforts to create this dedicated stream of revenue to fund GRS. However, while Gruff, of course, supports the effort to find ways to fund GRS and to honor the GVI promises regarding pension benefits for its retirees, we must note that this bill does not provide certainty that GRS will avoid complete insolvency. Retirees are not investors or speculators. They committed their working years and provided their services to the GVI in exchange for, among other things, a current wage and deferred compensation in the form of a defined benefit pension, with no expectation of risk of non-payment by the GVI. In that light, Gruff laments that notwithstanding the bill proposed funding to GRS, the solvency of GRS, such as it is, will remain extremely precarious for at least the next 20 years. Similarly, the bill does not resolve USVI's underlying financial challenges. Even if the bill is passed into law, Gruff submits that the effort to restore financial stability to USVI and provide greater certainty of funding to GERS must continue. That concludes the reading of the first testimony. January 26, 2022, the Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Senate President, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, U.S., Virgin Islands, 00804. Dear Honorable Senate President Fred Gregory, I write on behalf of Diageo USVI, Inc. to express our support for Bill number BR 21-0685. An act repealing and replacing Act numbers 8329 and 8330, amending Title Virgin Islands Code by repealing Chapter 24 in its entirety and replacing it with a new Chapter 24, terminating the existence of the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation, creating, as of the date hereof, a new entity named Matching Fund Securitization Corporation, the bill, for the reasons set forth in the bill. DUSVI is pleased to continue our support of the efforts to obtain additional financial resources and re-entry into the bond market outlined in the above-mentioned bill. We applaud Governor Bryan and the legislature's initiative to ensure continued funding of the government employee retirement system of the Virgin Islands and are happy to play a role in this proposed solution. The USVI enjoys being one of the largest employers on St. Croix. We continue to focus on making rum to generate cover-over revenues to the benefit of us all. We look forward to continued partnership with the people of the Virgin Islands. Kind regards, Cynthia Arnold, Vice President Operations, Diageo USVI, Inc. January 26, 2022, Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Senate President, Legislature of the Virgin Islands, number 20, Golden Rock, Christiansted, U.S. Virgin Islands, 00820. Dear Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, thank you for your invitation to submit a written statement to the U.S. Virgin Islands Legislative Committee of the Whole hearing and legislative session on the Governor Albert Bryan Jr.'s proposed matching fund securitization transaction as requested. Cruzan, Viral LLT Cruzan, is submitting this written testimony. Cruzan has been a presence on St. Croix for decades. The history of the island is our history. We treasure our relationship with the government and appreciate the opportunities over the years to work together for the betterment of the USVI. During our long history here, Cruzan is responsible for over $2 billion of cover-over revenue being returned to the people of the Virgin Islands. We are also a model corporate citizen for these islands and have stayed committed to reinvestment in our facilities on St. Croix. Additionally, Cruzan partnered with local organizations to provide recovery support for the USVI community through the Island Spirit Fund. The Island Spirit Fund was set up in the wake of Hurricanes Irma and Maria with an acknowledgement that long-term recovery required a sustained commitment. The Island Spirit Fund has partnered with the St. Croix Long-Term Recovery Group, the St. John Long-Term Recovery Group, the St. Thomas Recovery Team, and the Community Foundation of the Virgin Islands to donate over $2.5 million to these organizations to ensure that we support the communities where we live and work. Our understanding of the Act is that it will provide a mechanism for the government of the U.S. Virgin Islands, the government, to refinance its outstanding bonds, the refinancing. We have been informed that the government would like to consummate the refinancing so that it can reduce the overall cost on its outstanding debt on a net present value basis. Since we are not involved directly with the refinancing or the drafting of the Act, we are not in a position to provide commentary as to the viability of the proposed transaction, nor are we in a position to comment on the language or inner workings of the Act. However, in light of our relationship with the government and our history on St. Croix, the financial stability of the government is important to us. In this light, we hope the refinancing brings the expected results. We also realize that our keeping a viable business model is a key to that financial stability and to the refinancing. Therefore, we engage with the government to negotiate changes to our agreement that we believe support the refinancing, but do not negatively impact our employees or our business model. We thank you again for the invitation to testify. If you have any questions regarding this testimony, please do not hesitate to contact Louise Hall at 904-304-7731 or Louise Hall at cruzandrum.com. Sincerely, Louise Hall, General Manager, Cruz and Rum Distillery, Cruz and Viral LLT. That completes the reading of the correspondence, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And of course, the discussions that we are going to have today are very complex. We've heard the testimony of the testifiers, and it's a lot of information to take in. So before we begin, I'm going to ask 2 questions that will help our community in particular, that is aimed rather to help our community to understand the significant difference between what we saw, what we discussed in 2020, and what we're discussing today. So I'm going to either ask either Mr. Simmons or Mr. Paul, if you can respond to the question. In summary, because a lot of information has been shared, but I believe it's important that we, summarize for the purpose of our community so they can understand what we're doing. So share with us succinctly what are the significant differences between what was before the 33rd legislature and what's in front of us today. Either Simmons or Paul.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'll take a first crack at it, but I'll ask Mr. Paul to also chime in. What we presented in 2020 was more of a refunding for savings. We were trying to accumulate substantial savings that could be dedicated to the GRS. But those savings would be over a 3-year period mostly, and would only push out the insolvency. That program would not have cured it. The intent was to initiate that transaction and subsequently come back with another proposal to resolve the GRS. So that is the difference. What we have here today is a cure, if you will, for the insolvency situation with the GRS by dedicating the revenue stream over a 30-year period and accumulating some $4 billion over that period of time. David, you want to add to
that? Sure, Madam President. Members of the Senate, they're really, there's some echo. I'm sorry. There's really night and day differences. I don't know if somebody has their...
Just go ahead. Sometimes we have an echo, but you can go ahead.
Yeah, I think maybe somebody should turn their mic off. But anyway, I'll just ignore it. They're really night and day differences. As Director Simmons suggested, the prior legislation was about a refunding for savings, which is certainly an admirable thing, and it provided some liquidity to some funds to GERS. But working with the administration folks and with members of the Senate and with GERS and their actuary, our entire purpose here was fundamentally different. The restructuring, as I discussed in my testimony, is a tool, but it's a tool in purpose of a much larger objective, which is long-term solvency for GERS. That is the defining purpose of this legislation. The rest of it, and the aspects that are similar to last year, have become a tool to that end as opposed to an end in themselves.
Thank you. Thank you for your responses. I thought, and my colleagues and I thought, that was a very important information to share. While we heard all of the information, summarizing what we're doing today is as critically important to this process. And then I have one more, and that is associated with your testimony, Mr. Paul, and the discussion that we had around the 4 scenarios. When you look at the alternative scenario 1, that speaks to 30 years, and you look at alternative scenario 2, those are the primary areas that I'm concerned about. I want to have placed on the record. I'm not concerned, have placed on the record the alternative scenario 1 and scenario 2, because one may ask, why is the commitment shorter in the scenario 2 to longer into scenario 2, and why didn't we consider that commitment for savings? I have an idea as to what it is, but I think that's also important for us to share with the community. So scenario one is $158 million commitment for 30 years, as described above, which was the restructuring of what you shared today. It's restructured through 2039. And scenario two is $158 million commitment for 30 years with a debt restructured through 2051. Why did we decide to go with scenario one and not two?
Madam President, members of the Senate, scenario one refinances the bonds within the current term of the rum company agreements. Those agreements expire by 2039. They're subject to renewal. There have been investors who are interested in buying bonds with a term that goes beyond the maturity date of the current rum agreements. Those investors look at the agreements, they look at the market for rum, they look at the historical role of rum production as really a long-term permanent feature of the territory, and they have an interest in purchasing bonds with a maturity of more than 17 years, because many bondholders like to purchase 20 and 30-year bonds. We don't know that we can sell bonds beyond 2039. It's advantageous if we can, but that's effectively a market factor that we won't know until we get closer to the market. Alternative two has advantages, as you've suggested, and we may well be able to pursue some of that with bondholders that are interested in making the assumption that the agreements will be renewed. But the most conservative approach was to present this primarily and make sure that scenario one, alternative one, works, and it does. And so that's simply the more conservative approach. There may be aspects of longer-term maturities that may work, but we won't know that until we're closer to the market.
Thank you for your responses. Again, that information is important as we continue our discussion today. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 7-minute round. I have Senator Saru has asked that she has a important matter that she must address today, so she's going to go after you, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. So, Senator Heiliger, you may proceed with your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the listening audience. And good afternoon specifically to the members of GRS. I am sure many of you are tuned in, as this has been a long day coming, where the discussions before us could potentially create a solution to an issue that has plagued our community for an extensive period of time. As a first-time senator, one of the things that I was charged with becoming a member of this institution was for us to work collectively as colleagues and try to come up with a solution to resolve this plaguing issue that has hounded GRS for a very long time. And I think through our conversations, through our discussions over the last couple of months, through our meetings, we have come up with something that potentially could bring this about. My first set of questions I would like to ask, I want to find out in regards to what is the maximum time or the time frame that you believe that we could potentially go to the bond market in order to realize the potential savings with these interest rates that are currently standing and bring about the much needed funds that we need to assist GRS? Mr. Paul could potentially answer that.
Sure, Madam President, Senator. Our objective, our goal is to be in the bond market in early March. We would like to be able to move quickly. There's a lot to be done, but that would be our optimistic scenario.
Well, one of the things that the people are very much concerned about is refinancing. If you listen to the public, they're concerned as to how this potentially could affect us as a people. Could you share with them what the potential benefits are of us refinancing and what could be realized from this?
Sure, Madam President and Senator. There are really two elements to it. I think, as many homeowners know, lower interest rates are an opportunity to reduce your monthly mortgage costs. And in a similar vein, we have an opportunity to refinance the outstanding matching fund bonds at a lower interest cost than what they were issued at. And so that's a direct analogy to a homeowner who goes into a bank or to a mortgage company and is offered a lower interest rate mortgage to pay off their own mortgage. It's a little bit more complicated than with home mortgages because of the legal structure of bonds versus mortgages, but I won't bore you with that. There's a second aspect of this, which is that that's the refunding part in the current market. That's around a $70 million savings on a present value basis. But there's a second aspect of this, as I've discussed, which is the restructuring to push out the maturity of not the final maturity, but the life of the bonds, the refunding bonds, compared to what it is now, so that we can lower the early year costs in order to maximize the cash flow benefit to GERS.
And overall, what would be the benefits in regards to giving GRS this steady stream through this specific mechanism, as well as potential additional funding for reinvestment into the system in order to potentially bring about more revenues to GRS?
Madam President, Senator, the GERS is a savings account. It's a savings account on behalf of retirees, and it's a savings account that's running out of money to pay retirees. So what's essential is that it have both more money and a long-term predictable stream of money. And one of the things that I talked about was the interest rate that GERS assumes on its funds. And part of what makes the system work is having a long-term predictable stream of income so that it can optimize and maximize its return on investment, because it has confidence that there will be money down the road. If you think you're running out of money in 2 years, you really can't invest, in stocks, because you really have to have a longer time horizon. So there's enormous benefits to GERS and to the retirement community.
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
My next set of questions is to either Bowery or Nibs or both of them. One of the concerns that the public has had has to do, well, why can't we just take the taxpayers' dollars and directly pay these funds to GRS? And instead of going through this entire mechanism to potentially give them more funding, what would be the outcome if we just took the taxpayers' dollars and attempted to just give them a smaller portion of this money versus a larger pot to potentially also reinvest? Could you share with us what do you think the difference is between the two options?
I'm not sure. Not sure what you mean, Senator, in regards to taking the taxpayer dollars. What do you mean?
Well, one of the things that we're doing currently right now, we put in the budget to just directly pay $50 million, $10 million, $50 million. It's coming straight to you. Some of the constituents have said, well, why can't we just do that? We have decided to go an alternative route. Could you explain to them why this potential alternative route could benefit the GRS more?
30 seconds.
Well, because the system would become insolvent sooner. Our liquid assets in the portfolio is about $358 million. And there's a deficit between what we collect and what is paid out, significant to the tune of maybe $150 million. In the last few years, we have depleted our portfolio to the tune of between 120 and 130 million. I think that is the reasons why. We need to, if we don't do that and the assets are depleted, then there would have to be reduction in benefits for the retirees.
Time.
And we definitely don't want that. Well, thank you so much for that response. I think a lot of times, Madam Chair, could I just wrap up? A lot of times when we are discussing things in the public, I think we as senators have to do a greater job in educating, and I think we're trying to do that a little bit today, because it's important that the public understands it's not like we want to lock you into anything else, but we recognize by refinancing, utilizing the funds, utilizing the monies that we are already directly giving to GRS, and potentially having the ability to get greater funds to give to them so that they can be solvent, and they could also have more additional funding in order to invest so they could stand on their own. That is the route we're attempting to go today. So thank you, Madam Chair, for the indulgence, and my time is up, guys.
Thank you, Senator Francis.
Madam Chair, if I may.
You may respond, Mr. Bori. You may respond.
One of the things to consider, I mean, from a GRS perspective, whether the money comes directly from the general fund or through this mechanism, it's for us is money. The thing I would like to suggest to the senator is that I think what she's suggesting will have to be accomplished by increasing the monthly or the biweekly contribution. And if you look at it, the contributions will have to increase. I think it's currently about 23% of payroll. It'll have to be about 90% of payroll to fill that gap. So that's the challenge you're going to have.
Thank you, Mr. Bori. I think what's equally important is that we understand that as we build our budgets within this institution, we have to be financially responsible and prudent, and our revenues must align with our projections. Our revenues must align with our expenses. So, in fact, we cannot just arbitrarily come up with 120 million. Then it means that we will have to owe 120 to 150 million dollars from our general fund revenues. It means that services in the territory will have to be cut, human services, our healthcare services, our education services, and we could go on and on. So there's a reason for the season. So we have to also understand that component of it. Senator Saru, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues and to those testifying and those listening and viewing. I do have to run off, so I will miss the vote. So when the public hears absent, when my name is called, please don't think that I am shirking my responsibilities and a critical vote, but I really have to leave today. Mr. Neves, one of the biggest issues that this body has had with trying to assist the system has been your numbers. Your numbers have been all over the place, and it's difficult in trying to assist the system when we don't think that you're actually being truthful with the numbers. And I would think that most of my colleagues share my sentiments in that regard. So what is your monthly payout now to annuities, Mr. Nibs?
My monthly payout is about $20.21 million.
21 million, and what's the annual payout?
About 253 million, thereabouts.
Okay, and how much did you liquidate?
Excuse me?
How much in assets have you liquidated so far?
Last, for the year, this fiscal year?
Yes.
50 million.
Okay, and before that, the fiscal year before that?
I think it was about 120, 130 million. I'm not too sure. Can't remember.
So you liquidated about between 130 to 150 million the previous fiscal year, and so far for this fiscal year, you've liquidated 50 million?
Yes, we are.
No, This is in 2 quarters, 1 quarter? Well, we're actually in the first
No.
quarter right now.
In 2020. At the beginning of fiscal year 2022, we liquidated 30, and we just recently liquidated in January 20.
So you liquidate 30 million in the first quarter, and we're still in the first quarter, and you are liquidating. So between October 1st and December, you did 30 million, and then in these 31 days in January was another 20?
$20 million. You must remember we have administrative expenses also to be paid, and it depends on the.
Okay, so you're
receipt
going
of-
somewhere now. So how much is your administrative expenses?
For which period are you speaking of now?
This, because we're in the first quarter. How much of that 50 million was admin expenses?
$1.1 million through December.
January?
Through December 31, 2021.
I can't hear you because I have. One more time. I didn't hear it inside the chambers. What was your admin cost?
From October through December, $1.1 million.
And for January so far?
I'm sorry, that's for December. For fiscal year 2022 through December 31, 2021, $3.4 million.
3.4 million in admin costs. Okay. Now, so far, how much have you earned on your investment? 6%, 7%?
No, it's been very low so far from for the month, for the year to date. This is December 31, 2021. The last report that we received is 1.6 for the entire plan, 1.6%.
Yikes. That's the lowest.
Don't have that much money left, and you only have bonds.
Okay. Thank you for the information. Mr. Simmons, PFA, compliance and the compliance unit. Are we meeting our projected goals in run production?
The rum company production has met its contractually determined production levels, yes.
Okay, and what's the status of our audits that was not done for quite some time?
2 minutes,
audit
30
of-
seconds.
The audits of the agreement, so
No, the PFA audits, because we know the PFA.
for the PFA audit for 2020 is currently in process.
And the audits before that we missed, are we up to date on our audits?
Well, we're doing the 2020 audit right now, and that should be completed, we believe, by March, and then we will be beginning the 2021 audit.
Okay, so are we a little behind on our audits?
Yes, we are.
All right, now are there any plans to revisit? Because this entire deal centers around the Internal Revenue Matching Fund. So is there any plan to revisit the cover over remitted by Congress? That amount has not changed in roughly 20 years. And with inflation and everything else, the territory is not receiving its fair share in cover over revenues. Any plans to revisit that deal, or anybody's lobbying on the congressional level, because the PFA have lobbyists can done?
I'm aware that the delegate, I believe, has a bill in the Congress that would make the
Okay, outside the
increase
delegate,
approval from
what's the
13,
lobbying?
25 to 30.
Outside the delegate, what's your lobbying efforts? Is that on the
Well,
radar? Let me skip. Hold on a second. Let me jump to Council Attorney Walker. Any discussions with bond counsel, anybody in DC on our cover over revenues?
Good afternoon, Senator. I would need to check with Government House. The PFA does not engage in lobbying specifically. although we engaged a lobbyist. That is done through Government House. So I'll get an answer and I'll respond to you as quickly as possible.
30 seconds.
Okay, I'll wait for that. Now, let me jump over to Commissioner Bruce. And it's important that the PFA and our Congresswoman look at the Internal Revenue Matching Fund and what's remitted to Congress, because the cost of rum can be the same thing for the last 20 years, and we're receiving the same amount for so long. That's unconscionable. Commissioner Bruce, the financial health of this territory, as you know, we're remitting roughly, what are we projecting to receive in excise taxes?
Oh, I would have to get that number for you and get it back to you.
Time.
I think we need a number because we're supposed to be using the projected amount in excise taxes over to this solvency plan, so we don't know the numbers.
I have the numbers. I'll get them back to you.
Can I ask one more question, Madam Chair? So the question would be, in us, we're already not using the excise taxes, so we're giving the excise taxes over to the SPV. What do you think the impact of the government's financial health would be with this?
I think that would be better answered by Mr.
Director
Simmons.
O'Neill? Let me go to Director O'Neill. Where's Director O'Neill?
Director O'Neill.
Director O'Neill, can you give me the numbers, and can you tell me part B of my question? What's the impact on the territory's financial health, please?
Sorry, Senator, can you repeat the question, please?
The question would be, what are we projected to receive with the excise taxes coming in, because we pledged the excise taxes, and how does that impact the financial health of this territory, as we will be backing out those funds from the general fund?
So the projection for excise taxes was about $40 million. And at this point, I would say that I'm not sure that we would utilize specifically the excise taxes. We do have where we received roughly 43 million in this fiscal year from the matching fund into the to be transferred to the general fund. If anything, it may mean that we just change that or amend that bill to not transfer the funding into the general fund and work on additional collections to offset in this particular fiscal year and moving forward. I don't think that the way the excise taxes come in, we'll be able to separate out the excise taxes.
And so it's safe to say that much of this, as well as the rum cover over, is predicated on moving our disaster recovery projects that would give you the projection that you're estimating for excise tax, correct?
Not necessarily, Senator. We have some projects that are going on, but we have had significant increases in the excise taxes since we've been able to collect again. So it's not, I don't think it's just the projects. We have a number of other things that's happening.
Okay. Thank you for the latitude, Madam Chair. And guys, I'll be absent, but please don't think I'm running away. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Senator, you neglected to say, if you were here, how you would vote. I think I did hear a point of inquiry to Mr. Nibs. I think we need to drill down a little more on the total allotment that's received annually and by the government, as well as the employee contribution and what the shortage is per quarter. I think we need to break it down a little further. But I did hear a point of inquiry, so Senator Vela, you recognize your point of inquiry.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and it's exactly the line. Mr. Nibs, can you tell us the annuities paid out for fiscal year 21, and then the employer portion that was paid from the GVI, and the employee contribution from the GVI, from the employees?
I don't have that, Senator Vela, I don't have that in front of me. I would have to go to the files on another desk.
Okay, so total annuity, employer contribution, employee contribution. And Commissioner Bruce, can you give us the balance in the internal revenue matching fund? You were supposed to scrub those numbers, true up those numbers. Do you know what the balance is now?
Senator, was that question for me?
Yes, I was trying to get a balance in the internal revenue matching fund. Commissioner Bruce.
Yes.
Commissioner Bruce.
Okay. Yes, we submitted the documentation. It's currently $50,617.85.
50,000?
As of today, yes. As of January 24th.
Okay, then the president might be able to clarify.
Copy this.
You holding your time?
So be clear that the 50,000, I don't see 50,000 on this report because I did write to ask for the information, but that's inclusive of obligations, correct? So it aligns with the not only the expenditures, but the obligations that's been appropriated by this body, correct?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yes, the obligations are on the document. I'll submit that over to Senator VLA. The obligations that we have listed are $38,219,112. So our summary includes the reduction of the obligations, and then so the net we have is a $50,617.85.
Okay, so I will make copies and share with my colleagues. I did ask for the information. I think Senator Vele may have been on that email, but we'll share it and we will drill down on it a little further because we do have some questions. I think we see where there is a deficit in FY21, but while we're seeing a deficit, we were also seeing where some of the appropriations were not released. So we need to have a further discussion on this today as well. Senator DeGraaf, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, all of you listening and present. I vote yes for the bill. Are you ready to go? So I ain't gonna mince words about it. Some of the issues, though, first I'd like to give some thanks. I give thanks to Madam President for forming the subcommittees. I give thanks to the Finance Chair, who's the chair of the GERS subcommittee. Great job. You know, I mean, sometimes credit don't go. Well, you know, normally use a bully, and when I see you get bullied, you know, I have to laugh, you know, but you've done a good job in putting this together, and we've had countless meetings. And I would like to put out that since I'm the vice chair, you know, I remember sending you a letter about getting this bill moving, and we've been on the roll. So a lot of work has been put into this bill, and I think sometimes as a body, I've seen this body give up the authority too many times, but now to give it up, I ain't giving it up. We going forward with something for GERS. This is historical today. Whether anybody like it or believe it or not, I think it's very much historical. And when the first securitization bill came, I didn't agree with it because they were looking to put $85 million for 3 years into GERS, and they didn't want to mention anything about GERS. This bill is significant because we mentioning GERS in it, and we're putting $158 million into GERS. People, once this goes through, you could rest. You don't have to wear the hairstyle I'm wearing to hide the gray in your hair anymore. You could let your hair come out. Because I'm saying it's a fix. It's a fix. Okay? So I think we need to toot our horn. And yes, there are some people who are going to be naysayers, but this bill will solve the purpose of what we're going to put all the money from our number one revenue generator into GERS. Now, Mr. Nibs, if you may, I would like to find out, I didn't understand in regards to your amendments that you're speaking of, in regards to the section where they talk about, I guess, giving up any litigation that you have against the government of the Virgin Islands. Could you explain that a little better to me again? 'Cause I heard you say it, but I didn't understand what you were trying to accomplish by you're mentioning something. So could you talk about that for me, please?
Okay, Senator, I will have my general counsel respond.
Okay.
She has been in contact with the legal counsel for the administration over the months. So, Attorney Smith, could you respond?
You could, yeah. She's up.
Could you hold the senator's time? And Attorney Smith, you need to put your name and title on the record, because when I asked if there were any others, you did not put your name on the record. So are you available? Hold the senator's time, please. It is an important question, so we are going to wait to have it answered.
Well, I could move on. I have one question also for Mr. Simmons.
Okay,
Yes.
you may proceed then.
Mr. Simmons, what's the interest now? How much interest have we collected on the bonds that we
We're not
have? I think for the
release.
Mr. Nibs,
Oh, it's a
you
feedback.
have to mute your mic, please. Please mute your mic. Go ahead, Senator.
Yeah, Mr. Simmons, how much interest have we collected on the bonds for the what is it? The money that the reserves. How much interest have we collected on reserve? Thank you.
You're speaking about the debt service reserve fund, how much interest have been earned? I can get you that information, Senator. I don't have that immediately available.
Okay, if you could check on that. Okay, Mr. Nibs, are you ready? Okay, then finally, then while Mr. Nibs get ready, finally to Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, tentatively this bill passes today. Could you explain to the public what would happen after this bill has been signed?
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
So could you give us a breakdown as to the actual steps it would take, more or less time frames that the public could understand, so the retirees can also realize how soon it can be where this money starts to flow into GRS?
Sure, Madam President, Senator. The steps to proceed from here will be to work with the bond rating company that's rating the bonds, and that's probably a 4-week period for them to understand the legislation and review it and come back to us with a bond rating. We want to have that bond rating available probably as close to 2 weeks as we can before we actually go into the market and price the bonds. We'll have a underwriting team that will begin discussions with bond investors to educate them on the structure of the corporation, the cash flows. Most of the investors will be people who currently hold matching fund bonds, who have followed the territory for a long time. So for them, the conversations will be straightforward business conversations about their interest in continuing to be holders of government securities. We'll go into, and then once we have the ratings, and we will be writing what's called an official statement, which is like a stock prospectus. That's a document that is put together by legal counsel that summarizes all of the salient disclosure information about the credit and the bond that's being sold. That document will be circulated to the investment community. There will be what's called a pricing period where we take orders from investors who are interested in purchasing those. We will negotiate the price of those to make sure that the government is getting a fair and competitive price on the bonds, because we know that the lower the price that we get on the bonds, the better the benefit for GERS and for the people of the territory. That there will then be a bond purchase agreement. Once we've agreed upon the pricing of the bonds, that agreement will codify all of the price and other salient, all of the other information that will be the conditions in the final issuance of the bonds, and then there will be a closing. And in this respect, it's very similar to somebody who purchases a house and gets a mortgage. Once you have the terms, once you have the terms of that mortgage agreed to, there's a period of time, and then there's a closing when all of the legal documents are signed and all the funds change hands, and then the first deposit to GERS would come pretty much immediately following the closing on the bonds.
Okay, thank you for that. Excellent. Mr. Nibbs, are you ready?
Yes, Attorney Smith, you identify yourself and respond. Attorney Smith? I think she's having problems. She's on.
Okay, I guess I could all move on since my time been called. But again, thank you to the proponents, Madam President. Thank you to our finance chair, and thank you to my colleagues for putting in the time. Thank you guys very much. I'll just, once Attorney Smith comes on, you could always put her in. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff, and to Mr. Nibbs. The question is an important question, so let's try to please get the attorney on, and as soon as she's on, just cue us up and we will allow her to provide the response. Senator
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, she is on. However, she says she's speaking and, she's not, I'm not hearing her. So I don't think we all are hearing her at all. So she's going to log out and come back in and then can get a response from her.
Perfect. Okay, just let us know when, she can let us know when she's logged back in. Thank you. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good morning, Madam President. Thank you very much. Good morning to the rest of my colleagues. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. Dr. Martin Luther said once, our lives begin to end the day we become silent about the things that matters. And this piece of legislation here today matters to the people of this territory greatly. I could remember being on the outside, listening to 30-second, discussing the other bills and legislation in regards to GRS, and listening very candidly. I am not a part of the finance committee, or neither was I a part of the subcommittee. However, I reached out to the finance chair and asked to be a part, and I did take part in many of the meetings. This is not no easy piece of legislation. It's not a walk in the park. It took a lot of time to come to the decisions that we're here today. However, time is not on our side. The door is closing fast. And if we don't do something, we definitely gonna fall down on something. If GRS supposed to collapse, it would be very devastating to our community. We're talking from the elders to business, you name it. It will be devastating. And we must do something. And rather we do or we don't, we will definitely get blows for doing or not doing. I prefer to be on the side for doing something that I've been a part of that I can see has light to the end of the tunnel. There is light. And there is definitely a lot of hope in this piece of legislation. I definitely will be supporting this piece of legislation and the given time and opportunity, I need to ask just a few questions, and I think it's Mr. Nibbs or Mr. Paul spoke about a $70 million in saving. And people who have homes, mortgages, loans, know what it's about refinancing, the benefit for doing it at the right time. So if this piece of legislation is supposed to go through, and there is that $70 million in saving, what's the plan for the $70 million in saving? I think it's either Mr. Nibbs or Mr. Paul in their testimony spoke about a $70 million saving.
Yeah. Senator, that was me. This is David Paul. Yeah, the $70 million in savings will translate into a reduction in the size of the bond issue that the securitization corporation has to issue. So it would be very similar to, a family being able to, pay down part of their mortgage, so that the securitization corporation will have fewer bonds outstanding reflective of the 70 million in savings, and then that will translate those fewer amounts of bonds and the lessened amount of debt service on those bonds will translate into a higher cash flow over time to GERS. So ultimately, that $70 million of present value savings will translate into a commensurate amount of increased benefit to GERS.
I've sat here this morning and I've listened to all the players involved in this, and I haven't heard anyone who's the expert in financing disagree that this piece of legislation is not a workable and one that will bring some sleep to the sleepless. And so at the appropriate time, I definitely will be supporting it. Madam Chair, I can give you the rest of my time so that you can utilize it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. I might just take you up on it. I need to ask a quick follow-up question. I note that in FY 2020, this is for the OMB director or the Commissioner of Finance, I'm not sure. But I note that in FY 2020, there are appropriations pending to some $8.1 million. So that if it says appropriations pending, it means that those funds were not released. Is that a correct assumption?
Senator, this is Director O'Neill. I'm not sure what you're looking at, so I'm unable to respond.
So,
if I may, Senator.
Yes, Mr. Simmons.
Good afternoon again. This is Nathan Simmons. You're looking at the matching fund report provided by the PFA.
Yes.
And this matching fund account is different than the matching fund account that is held at the Department of Finance. The matching fund account that is at the PFA is the depository of the receipts that flow from the trustee to the government. So after the debt service is paid on the bonds, and after the rum company's portion, then the remainder comes into this account at the PFA. When OMB allots funds that are appropriated by the legislature, those funds are transferred to finance. And so what's in finance is what has been appropriated by OMB. What remains at the PFA is the monies that were deposited, and what we provided to you was what those deposits were, less what the outstanding pending transfers are. The $8.1 million, yes, is monies that have not yet been released by OMB. Yes. And I believe that represents 4.1 million, I think, for the Paulie Joseph Stadium and 4 million for At that time, the 4 million was for the Homestead and Home Loan Act, but that was in 2021. So that money has since been released. So you will see in 2022, you will see that $4 million has been released.
Okay, so I asked the question because I know that after we are done with this conversation, we have to begin to figure out our first year, our first 40 million. So it's important that we scrub this document to figure out how best we're going to come up with it. And again, I'm certain that it will be a collaborative effort, so we can come up with the final on how we are going to pull back. I think my colleague discussed it earlier in the opening statement, but we really have to look at the numbers to make a determination as to how we're going to raise these funds within the fund. All right, thank you, Senator Javon E. James Sr. You're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers. I just want to say that September of 2020, for those who can recall, there was an 8-6 vote when it came to the matching fund legislation. And at that time, the narrative was there is nothing better on the table, and to vote against it at that time was risky. Fast forward to January 31st, 2022, we can all say that this is a way better deal. In addition to that, it was an election year for the senators. So we were in a hot seat, especially those that voted against it. But we can sit here now today and say, because of us waiting and doing our due diligence, that this is a way better deal. And it's not to throw any jabs. It's just for the record people need to understand the importance of collaborating, because at the time it came in our chairs and our tables, boom, vote on it. 42% cut by January 2021. Doom and gloom in an election year. But I'm just so happy that this body, and it's reason why it's called a body, not a head, not an arm, not a foot, this body, all 15 of us, despite our disagreements, took our time, especially in the 34th legislature of the Virgin Islands. So the key word today is timing. And this is the perfect timing. Because some of the concerns we had was the savings, the interest rate cap, funding solely GRS, and the timing, like I said. And at the time, I think there was a press release that came out saying that there will be a 42% cut in the retirees' annuity by January 2021. We're in January 2022, colleagues. But anyway, I just want to ask a question. Once this legislation becomes law and the mandates given from this body are carried out, how soon will the government of the Virgin Islands see some improvement with the bond ratings for the PFA bonds?
I can respond to that. Madam Chairman, Senator, I actually think that's a great question, because the PFA bond ratings that are in the CCC category are, one could go into a long history of how it is we went from 2014 and having all of the PFA bonds, as I recall, being in the investment grade category, to the swift, plummet to CCC. And I believe that you will see those ratings get uptick. I think it will probably take the people who currently have ratings of CCC on those bonds, of Standard & Poor's and Moody's, I think it will probably take them a year or two before they give the government full credit for having fixed GERS, because I think that they will want to wait until they see the revised actuarial reports from Siegel, and the year-end annual reports of the retirement system show a degree of stability there, which has been for a long time their core complaint. And I think over the same time period, we should see the financials of the government approach the 270-day standard. That has also been a significant factor in undermining the bond ratings.
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
If I may, the third factor that's really an important one in the Virgin Islands credit and does reflect a substantial change in how the rating agencies have looked at credit since the global financial collapse, is the inherent narrowness, the inherent weakness of the territorial economy as an insular area. And that kind of is the offset. I think that you will see an uptick in those ratings as both the financial reporting is improved and the GERS condition is improved. The third factor, how they factor in the weakness of an insular area, I think remains to be seen. I do think that the upticking will take a year or two.
Thank you so much. And as this bill seeks to fund GRS over a certain period of time, it also speaks to us being able to improve our credit bond ratings. And as you speak about bond ratings, I know in the testimony it was mentioned that they had hotel investors who wanted to come to the territory, but because of the possibility of a PROMESA in the U.S. Virgin Islands and the condition with GRS, investors will take a different path as far as where they invest. So I'm just happy to know that with the federal dollars that we're receiving for our infrastructure, whether it's the American Rescue Plan, whether it is the Hurricane Disaster Recovery Funds, along with the COVID dollars, that we can improve our infrastructure so we can become more business friendly, not just with our policies in this body, but because you have a good credit rating and investors would want to invest in the territory. And at the time this starts to kick in, the infrastructure should be already improved. So timing is everything, and I just want to say, I throw my blows when I throw my blows, I do my blows based off of research. But I want to say to the president of the legislature of the Virgin Islands and the majority, it was very wise to have the subcommittee of GRS. That was a very wise decision, even though I voted against the formation of the majority in the first formation. But I just have to say, the formation of the subcommittee of GRS was very wise. We did not have that in the 33rd legislature of the Virgin Islands. And of course, the discussion that we're having here today is based off of learning from our experiences in the 33rd legislature of the Virgin Islands. And I'm happy that out of the new senators that came in the 33rd, I am still here and I can be able to participate in the conversation, not just off of emotions, but with facts. And that's what we're dealing with here today. So to everyone who played an important role in this measure, whether it's the executive branch, whether it's the chairman of the subcommittee of GRS, doesn't matter who. I just want to say, as Virgin Islanders, we should all be proud. I repeat, we should all be proud. And I'm happy that it's not all the way close. The election is in January. So let's get this out of the way. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James, for your wise commentary, and come home. Senator
Madam
Joseph, you're recognized for your...
Madam Chair.
I think there's a...
Madam Chair, this is Austin Davis. I'm not sure if you want, Attorney Smith is available now.
Okay.
She had some technical difficulties. If you wanted to respond to the settlement agreement issue.
Not just yet, because the senator who asked the question, he stepped out of the room for a second, so we'll allow him to come back into the room. So we're going to ask Senator Joseph to proceed, and then hopefully Senator DeGraff will be back by then. Okay? So
sure.
Senator Joseph, Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you kindly, and a pleasant good day to everyone and the people of the Virgin Islands. I am very thankful that I am here today and present to really have an opportunity to have reviewed significantly a lot of the legislations that we have put through this legislature, but also in particular this critical piece of legislation which seeks to address the insolvency of the GRS system. Is critical. Mr. Nelambari, who is a chairman of the GRS board, mentioned that there are persons who campaign about solving GRS issue. I am going to confess that I was one of them. And I made sure that I attended as a member of the subcommittee on GRS. I attended all of the meetings. And more importantly, I am not a member of the Committee on Finance, but I also attended those meetings. And I lobbied the chairman, Senator Viale, so that we could have an itemized budget so we could be able to assure that GRS contribution by the government is being made. And I'm sure the Finance Committee chairman is going to be following up so that we can see how often the government of the Virgin Islands is making those deposits and putting in the sponsor program contribution, the government's contribution, and the employees' contribution into the system. So those were critical parts that I played, trying my very best to live up to my campaign promises. Well, I didn't make any promise. I said that's what I was going to do. I don't make promises. Nonetheless, let me go straight to my questions. I have a question for Mr. Paul. And I want to thank you so much for all that you have done in fact, to help move this legislation along with your expertise. Now, I don't know if you could answer this question, but kindly indicate to us, with the $158 million that we are going to be paying into GRS from the restructuring and refinancing of our internal revenue matching funds, how often will we be paying GRS? Is this going to be on a monthly basis? Is it going to be quarterly? Or if you don't know, maybe OMB director would know, because that's critical for GRS to know as well. Because if they're pulling down a certain amount of money quarterly from their investment portfolio, then we have to make sure everything is timed properly. Time is critical. So we want to know how often are they going to be making the payment? Is it just a one-shot payment, or is it going to be in increments? And what are we looking at as the projected time frames for those payments?
Thank you, Senator, Madam President. That's a great question. And the way the Internal Revenue matching funds, the cover over revenues, are transferred from the U.S. Treasury is they essentially all come in one lump sum in September for the following fiscal year. And it's an estimate of rum production, and then they do, in that September payment, they do adjustments for prior years. It's all, quite complicated, but the basic answer is that the funds come in September, and I would expect that the payment for each fiscal year would be made to GERS in one lump sum annually in advance.
Okay, in advance. Now, this question would be to Mr. Nibs. Mr. Nibs, would this be sufficient for you so we don't be drawing down any more money from our investment portfolio? This timing.
Well, I would think, Senator, it's a timing issue. Obviously, if we get it in September, let's say in September 2022, and this bond is, this transaction is consummated, let's say next month, we still would have to draw funds, I would assume, through August or September 2022.
So you would still have to be drawing down out of our
2 minutes, 30
portfolio.
seconds.
Okay, because that's what we are trying to, with this special vehicle and this legislation, is to really stop you from having to draw down all of that money. And so now you're putting money into investments and to help address the issue. So that is one of my concerns. That we aren't moving quickly enough and looking at the interest. Now, Mr. Paul, I did have another question for you. You alluded to it, and so that our listening audience could have a lesson with refinancing. And you mentioned using an analogy of when you refinance your home, how that is done, and all based on the interest rate. And now the interest rate is what we're moving this along, because we have the Federal Reserve, which increases the interest rates. And so if the interest rates increases, it looks good for people who have their money in savings account, because then their interest on the savings will be increased. But tell us how, if we don't move on this quickly, what will happen in just the refinancing, and use the analogy of refinancing your home, if you can. Mr. Paul?
Thank you very much, Madam President, Senator. The analogy is pretty straightforward.
Just so you're clear, Mr. Paul, I am not the Senate President at all. I'm just a simple senator.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Please.
You know, I've testified in the Virgin Islands over the decades, and I was always taught that you're always supposed to give your answer through the chair to the senator. So apologies. Maybe I'm a little old school here. Maybe practices have changed.
Old school is good. Continue.
Senator, it's very similar to a refinancing of a mortgage where, you know, we've all been in the, you know, no, not we all, but many homeowners have been in the circumstance of having a mortgage, and you see rates are coming down, and you wonder when you should actually lock in a rate, and some places will offer you rate locks and things like that. And then when you see rates start to go up, you might be concerned that you missed the opportunity. And that's a situation that we were in. I think that if you looked, you know, some time ago, the present value savings, you know, on these were a little bit more than $90 million, and now it's looking like $70 million. And one of the things that drives the Federal Reserve Bank historically has only adjusted short-term rates, but in the years since the 2008 financial collapse, they've also done something called quantitative easing, which really simply means that they buy long-term bonds as a way of bringing down long-term interest rates and benefiting mortgages and stuff like that. And the timing issue here is that, you know, we want to get this deal done. The present value savings is a good thing here, but it's not the driver of what we're doing. The driver of what we're doing is the restructuring and the providing a solution for GERS. I would always want to emphasize that.
Okay, thank you. I do have some concerns relatives to the timing issue. That's for me. Time is money, and so how we look at still resolving the issue that has come to light relative to GRS is going to still have to draw down on its investment is something that we're going to have to contemplate as a legislature as well. So thank you so much. I appreciate the time.
Thank
May
you.
I comment?
You may comment, Mr. Bori. You may proceed.
And so to answer the senator's question, I think you have to look at it that this is a financial plan that stretches over 30 years. And to answer your question specifically, I think we draw down about $150 million a year or so. And if you look at the schedule, the first tranche of money in 2022 is about 82 million, which means that instead of drawing down 150, we'll draw down 70 in the first year. And the next year, we'll draw down a little less. And the next, I don't know what time we break even, but over a period of time, then we'll get caught up and we'll stop drawing down altogether. Especially when the interest earnings on those things start to kick in. So that's the way you have to look at it. It's not going to happen in year one. We'll still have to draw down in year one, because as according to the schedule, it's $82 million in year one, and year two is about that. And until we get to, I mean, it's going to work itself out eventually, but just each year we'll have to draw down less. That's how it works itself. So.
So, Ms. Sabori, based on your response, is there a commitment from the government employees retirement system to improve on their commitment as it relates to their current investments, how the funds are being invested? I know that your risks right now is a very low risk investments, and for obvious reasons, because if you move to higher risk, if you considered moving to higher risk, if something went south, then we would have been in insolvency a lot earlier. So what is that commitment from GRS to improve on the investments?
Well, our commitment would be as over a couple of years as our liquidity situation improves. In other words, as we have to draw down less, we could invest more, and we could invest over longer term. And so it will our strategy will change over time as our liquidity position change.
Good answer. Fair response. Thank you. Colleagues, we're going to go to a recess, but before we go to recess, we're going to ask Senator Payne, you can move forward with your 7 minutes, and then we'll take a recess because we have to also consider the testifiers. So you may proceed, Senator Payne, and of course, Senator DeGraff did not come back. So once we resume from recess, then we'll start with you, Ms. Attorney Smith. You may proceed, Senator Payne.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, it's on. Okay. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening viewing audience. Good afternoon, testifiers. As we all know, our GRS is extremely critical to the people of the Virgin Islands. And I must say, as this body collectively has taken the time to research and review several options over an extended period of time, and this option is by far the most viable solution. We know we are truly at the end of the proverbial road, and now is the time to act and not simply stand on the sidelines and throw stones. Mr. David Paul, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Very good, Senator. Thank you.
Excellent. I'm gonna begin with you, okay? How has the fluctuation in interest rates affected the estimates and projections, as there is guidance that suggests that the Federal Reserve will increase interest rates 4 to 7 times this year?
Senator, as I indicated, I think a few minutes ago, we had done an earlier projection with respect to the numbers that showed present value savings. And again, I'm only referencing that because it's an indicator of market change of a bit over $90 million. At that point, the cash flow to GERS was about $4 billion. When we had the significant market turmoil last week, we ran the numbers. PV savings number went down to $70 million. The cash flow to GERS at one point went to a little bit under $3.8 billion from $4 billion. That is an indicator of market volatility on the one hand. On the other hand, I would simply make the observation that while that was a significant change in absolute dollars, the magnitude of the benefit to GERS dwarfs the impact of those market movements.
Thank you for your response. And who will comprise the bond syndication team?
That was done through a competitive request for proposal by the PFA, I think a year or two ago before I was here. And Nathan Simmons may want to respond to that, but the lead underwriters for this are expected to be Ramirez and Jeffries. Ramirez has worked on this transaction for a long time. Jeffries has been an underwriter of matching fund bonds by the government, as well as gross receipts taxes bonds by the government for the past decade.
Okay, and does Ramirez have the market presence to create the necessary market for the VI bonds to be purchased or purchase the bonds themselves, given the pending tightening and overall volatility in the municipal bonds markets?
Ramirez is a strong firm. They are the largest minority-owned firm. They have an underwriting desk that was built from the lead underwriters from Bear Stearns a number of years ago and have built a strong presence in the market. I believe all of those considerations were considered during the competitive RFP process.
Okay, and you stated earlier that Ramirez and Jeffries both will be the book runners for this proposition?
They'll be co-senior managers.
Okay. And in regards to the investment, in regards to the return to the investment portfolio of GRS, given the volatility in the current market, are you still comfortable with those assumed investment returns?
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
The investment returns that Siegel has projected will only be benefited by an increase in interest rates. You know, the two factors that, and Mr. Bowery referenced this, the two factors that will affect the returns to GERS are the level of interest rates and market returns overall, and the time horizon that they're allowed to consider in investing. One of the things that has really hurt GERS investment returns of late has been that they have a shrinking time horizon, meaning that, you know, they have to invest funds knowing that they're going to have access to the full value of those funds within, you know, just a couple of years, because they don't have the ability to look down the road, because up until this proposal has been made, they simply don't have the predictable flow of resources.
Thank you very much for your responses, Mr. Paul and Mr. Austin Nibbs. One last question for you before my time is called. What type of changes to the system is GRS going to implement to stave off another crisis moving forward if this bill passes?
Well, the only thing is investments. So we're going to obviously have to change our investment outlook. We are presently under dynamic asset allocation. We'd probably go back and change to the traditional investments. We would have to invest in higher risks, however, larger returns like stocks. You know, so I would think that would be the strategy that the system would move forward with in the next 2 or 3 years.
Okay, and I just received this text from some retirees. The text states, please help us understand and respond in clear and simple terms how secure this financial mechanism is going to be and how reliable it will be to satisfy the debt obligations and provide this revenue stream to the retirement system.
30 seconds.
That's for you or Mr. Paul?
I can respond to that, Senator. The reliability is the major factor is the continuation of the level of rum production in the territory. As long as the level of rum production and the cover over revenues maintained at current levels, the security of the cash flow is extremely strong.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your responses, Madam Chair. Thank you for the time. And the time, I believe, as I said earlier, the time to act is now, and not just simply stand in the silence and throw stones. So I'm more than prepared to act by voting in the affirmative at the appropriate time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Payne Sr. Mr. Nibbs, you responded to the previous speaker as it relates to the, moving in a different direction as it relates to the investments, et cetera. I tried to ask that question earlier, but I need to ask you, once this, if this legislation is moved forward today and we are successful in the market and we begin to draw down those funds to the system, what would be the time frame for the government employees retirement system to reinstitute the loan program?
I would think it should be probably within 1 to 2 years. And I'm saying that because we can't bring back the loan program in the same form that it was in. I would think that should be less than the $50,000 that the maximum amount that can be loaned. I also feel that maybe the terms maybe have to be looked at, but I would think between 1 and 2 years.
Okay,
we
so
need to build back. We need to build back, some cushion.
all right, but what was the interest on that program?
The personal loans were 8%, and the mortgage loans the board had reduced it to 5%.
Okay. Well, I think that what's important is that there is collaboration with this institution as well around what the discussion is around the policy and what the concerns are, so we could get this up and running, because that's also an important component to the system and its programs. So I am looking forward to hearing that discussion or having that discussion with the leadership at the retirement system. I indicated earlier that we're going to take a recess to allow the testifiers as well as my colleagues to stretch their legs and probably grab a quick bite. So, of course, quick bite means quick bite. We're going to take a recess for 10 minutes. This committee meeting stands in recess for 10 minutes. The Committee of the Whole is back on record. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Can you turn on your testifiers? Can you please turn on your devices? Oh, before we go to Senator Gittens, Senator DeGraff, you had asked a question earlier. Attorney Kathy Smith is ready to respond. Attorney Smith, you may respond to the question. I don't know if you need to have the question restated. Can you please respond? We are unable to hear you. Are you on mute? You're not on mute. Your device doesn't appear to be working. Until you can get it together, Senator Gittens, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President, and good afternoon to all. Thank you, testifiers, for your testimony and your responses thus far. I am in an accountability mode here today. And so straightforward, I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. First off to Mr. Nibs, GRS. If you could tell us, please remind us, what was the GRS promised under the terms of the Diageo deal?
GRS promised?
What was promised? What was promised to the GRS?
I cannot recall that, sir.
You can't recall. Okay. So if you can't recall that, that means you won't be able to say if you received anything. But I remind all that GRS was supposed to be a beneficiary of that Diageo deal. I really don't want to say the wrong amount, but it was some millions of dollars that the GRS was supposed to receive on an annual basis. And to date, I don't believe that they received a dime. Mr. Simmons from the Public Finance Authority, in reviewing a U.S. Interior Department Inspector General report, I see where there are some major concerns with regards to the financial management and procurement practices of the Public Finance Authority. My question to you would be, have you since developed and implemented any procurement policies and procedures for professional services to ensure that all contracts are competitively bid on or properly justified for sole source contracts?
Senator, you're referring to a 2017 report from the Inspector General, and yes, we have developed procurement policies and procedures. They were taken to the board, I believe, in 2018, and we have now updated and revised those policies, and they will be presented to our board on February 17th.
Thank you so much. And I'll request through the chair that this body receives a copy of the revised policies and procedures, please, as our work will continue on the accountability piece. Mr. David Paul, I believe you're the financial advisor to the Public Finance Authority. Are you the owner, operator, or employee of the Fiscal Strategies Group?
Yes, Senator.
Which one?
I am the owner and employee of Fiscal Strategies Group.
And how long have you consulted or otherwise provided services to the Public Finance Authority or the government of the Virgin Islands?
I have worked off and on for the Virgin Islands since I was hired by Alex Farrelly in 1986.
Are you currently documenting justification for your services?
I'm not sure how to answer that question, but I think that the work product of my services include helping put together the plan of finance for restoring stability to GERS.
In addition to what you're being paid, are you on a graduated fee schedule based on financing transactions?
Yes.
And either you or Mr. Simmons can answer this. With the since it seems like if this measure passes, you guys will have a lot to do with this still. With the new SPV in place, what assurances do we have that there will be proper procurement policies and procedures in place regarding all contracts?
I would defer to Nathan for that.
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
The SPV would have a management agreement with the Public Finance Authority, so all procurement and anything that we do would be under the established PFA procedures.
Okay. Colleagues, a lot of work have went into this proposed piece of legislation, as been stated earlier. And I want to thank all my colleagues who have worked feverishly on this and those who have put in the extra hours on this with the collaboration of not only the legislative branch, but the executive branch and even the GERS. But I must caution you, however, that we must continue to work on this accountability piece, as I've stated. I say this because I remind you of the U.S. Department of Interior Inspector General report again, and as Mr. Simmons stated, of 2017, that revealed several things. And I could go back, January 99, I think it was, sole source contracts being awarded without any documented justification, hence my question to Mr. Paul. February 2007, another sole source consulting contract being awarded to a former senator in the amount of almost some $1 million. And again, in March 2009, another sole source financial advisory service contract totaling some $3.4 million. So in the first instance, we're talking 14.3 million. In the second instance, we're talking almost 1 million. And in the third instance, we're talking another 3.4 million.
30
Again,
seconds.
colleagues, this is why the accountability piece must be worked on. And as you know, we pass these legislations, and you could always go back and amend. And I expect that we will do due diligence in coming up with the accountability piece. Again, thank you, colleagues, all of you who have worked feverishly and over time on this measure. At the appropriate time, I'll vote on this measure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues, testifiers, and to the people of the Virgin Islands. I first would like to start by commending Madam President for her wisdom and leadership in establishing subcommittees in the 34th legislature. I think that was a very effective and productive decision. And as you can see today, this is bearing fruits of the labor that my colleagues have put in place. I also want to commend Senator Viale for his leadership as the chair of the subcommittee. We have worked, I'm a non-member, but I requested to be present. I've been present in most of those meetings. And we're here today as a result of that. This is not a perfect piece of legislation. I don't think any legislation is perfect. But this is, from what we've been hearing and based on what we had before, this is way better than what we had. I do have a few questions I would like testifiers to assist in answering. And more than anything, I think it's important that we provide information to the public. There's a lot of things that we are doing here, and many of the retirees or the public in general might not understand. So I would like to ask Mr. David Paul if he can, please, in layman terms, I should say, can you explain as to why we need a special purpose vehicle? Because I know it's one of the things that some people in our community continually hear and might not understand the reason why. So can you please share with our audience?
Sure, Senator. And I would start out by referring back to the comments I made, which is that the Virgin Islands has been down this road before because the Public Finance Authority was itself a special purpose vehicle in the sense that it was created in the late 1980s at a time when the Virgin Islands had no investment grade bond ratings and no audited financials to provide a way of directing revenues to an entity that could be audited and the revenues secured and investor confidence built so that they could use the PFA, the government could use the PFA as we did back then, to issue matching fund bonds and gross receipts taxes bonds. The government is facing similar circumstances now, except that in the wake of the global financial collapse, the rules that have evolved, both the ratings and the regulatory rules governing the issuance of municipal bonds, have become stricter, so that the PFA does not have the ability to separate itself from the government credit rating the way it did in the late 1980s. So we're creating the Special Purpose Financing Corporation, and you could call it PFA2, so that it has less of a mysterious name. Simply to provide a way of securing the revenues, the matching fund revenues, in a way that you can optimize, do the best possible financing without the ratings of the government being attached to it, and without being penalized for the fact that the government's financial statements are not yet timely enough to allow a full public underwriting. So it's really, Senator, a way of simply building public confidence so that you can do a better, lower cost financing. And as I mentioned in the testimony, the lower the cost of financing, the more money we are able to direct to the GERS.
Thank you for that explanation. I don't know if Mr. Simmons wants to add something to that.
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
No, Senator, thank you. I think Mr. Paul did an excellent job in explaining why we need the SPV.
Very well. Thank you for that explanation. And this is not something unique, as you mentioned, to the Virgin Islands, and it's not something unique to other jurisdictions. And in this investment world where special purpose vehicles are created to build that confidence. Now, with regards to Mr. Nibbs, you mentioned in your testimony, I think you end your testimony by stating that you have some questions. The GRS has some questions with regards to how the transaction is going to be made. Can you elaborate? What are some of those questions that you might have?
I guess he's asking about the questions for the governor. Go ahead.
No, I don't know what he's saying.
Mr. Nibbs?
That's Senator Carrion. Senator Carrion, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Senator. I have to share a computer because I'm having technical issues, so I'm not hearing you very well. Could you please repeat your question?
Yeah, Mr. Nibbs' testimony, he mentions that he has some questions with regards to the transaction. He ends his testimony by saying that, but he doesn't elaborate what type of questions GRS might have.
Okay. Unfortunately, Senator, I don't have those questions with me because I'm not in my office, but it was and I can send the questions to you. It was more technical questions as to how things were going to function.
One of the questions was how often we would, and I think someone asked it in this session,
Right.
how often we would receive the payments. And I think someone said we would receive the payments each September for the subsequent year. So that was answered. But they're more procedural questions.
Procedural questions. I
Yes.
see. I see. Okay. Now, in regards to the claims, this bill is requiring that all claims against the government be removed. So, but I'm interested to find now the claims against the government for the past funding disputes. What figure or number are we talking about? And then you also have those from recent judgments, and what are the figures and numbers for those?
30 seconds.
Okay, well, Senator, the district court case, which Mr. Knibb specified in his testimony that we're willing to dismiss, that remaining amount the government owes is $19 million. It's our understanding that will be paid from the first $158 million payment. That is the only thing that would be outstanding in that case. So once the GRS received those funds, we have no more claims in the district court case. So that case can be dismissed. Now, the case in the Superior Court is for the payment of the ADEC, which is between $4 and $5 billion. The financing plan that the government has proposed will take between 20 to 30 years to fund. And therefore, the GRS said it would be willing to enter into a consent judgment. And the consent judgment just lays out that we have settled the case. You know, it doesn't lay the terms of the settlement, but the court retains jurisdiction over the case in the event one of the parties reneges or does not live up to the promises. And Mr. Paul said in his testimony that the reliability is dependent upon the continuation of the rum production on the current levels. So the GRS just wants to make sure that if for some reason the funds that we are promised under this agreement are not met, that we have an avenue of recourse by going into the courts under the consent judgment. Because to do otherwise, the Board of Trustees would be breaching their fiduciary responsibility to the members in dismissing a case when it has not come to a conclusion. It won't conclude until the final payment after the 20 or 30 years.
Well, thank you for clarifying that and the position of the board. And if I may, Madam Chair, I have one last question for Mr. Simmons. May I? Mr. Simmons, in your testimony, you also mentioned that as part of the transaction, minor technical amendments to the government's agreement with Diageo and Cruise and Rum are necessary. Can you speak or elaborate a little bit further on what some of those changes might be?
I'll ask our attorney, Jeff Eaton, who has been the one discussing those changes with the rum companies. But those amendments have been submitted to you, Senator, and they've already been assigned. But Mr. Eaton can elaborate on what some of the changes were.
Sure. Thank you, Nathan. Senator, there's kind of two categories of changes to the rum company agreements that were necessary in light of the securitization transaction. The bulk of them are just what we would call conforming amendments, because it's to conform the agreements to the terms of the new securitization. Because the old agreements refer to the bond indentures and other documents that were associated with the original issuance of the bonds in 2009 and 2007, 2008 in the case of Diageo, those references have to be changed. And so there's a number of kind of follow-through amendments to the documents that are strictly a function of making the rum company agreements line up correctly with the terms of the new deal. For the most part, the terms of the securitization don't affect the rum companies very much. The only real major change is in what is done with the savings that is received from receiving the lower interest rate bonds. And so there's another group of changes to the agreements that are designed to allocate the savings between the government and Cruisin' on one hand and Diageo on the other. So Other than that, the economics of the original deal remained the same. It was the government's view from the beginning that the basic terms of the Rome Company agreements were not under negotiation. Our intention and our instruction from the government when negotiating this was simply to make the fewest changes possible to implement what was necessary to go through with the securitization deal. Does that answer your question, Senator?
Yes, understood. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, thank you for the leeway.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and to the people of the Virgin Islands and to our testifiers. I sincerely believe that this Bill number 34-0188 might be our last best chance to address the issue of a sinking GRS system. And we all know that this has been an issue that has been on the minds of the people of the Virgin Islands, in particular retirees, for some time. It has caused a great deal of anxiety and concern. The impending collapse of the system has been scheduled at, I think, October of 2024. So we're talking about something that is very imminent unless some intervention takes place quickly. My first question really is, for sure, the sense of urgency that Mr. Paul and I believe Mr. Simmons or Mr. Bory made about us having to get this thing done and get it done quickly, it was not lost on this senator at all. My question is, are you gentlemen, Mr. Paul, Mr. Bory, Mr. Simmons, are you confident that a satisfactory deal can still be done if this bill were to pass today, given the projected interest rate rise by the feds?
Senator, in the current market, once it's stabilized from last week, I think this is still an eminently viable transaction. I don't think you can ever say, absolutes when it comes to capital markets. We've seen in our lifetime severe market dislocations, and that could certainly happen again. Right now, this transaction works.
Yeah. Senator, the answer basically is yes. A lot of it has to do also with the strength of this credit, despite the ratings, which, as Mr. Paul described, is more about the government than this matching fund credit. This is a very strong credit, and investors know it and like it, because rum is always going to be sold, and so we think that we can still do this deal.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear that. For my edification and for the people of the Virgin Islands who just may not know, what is a GRS funding note, and how does that differ from a bond?
The funding note, I think the importance of the language funding note is to differentiate it from, the issuing pension bonds, which is something that, has been considered for GERS for many years. The GERS funding note it's a obligation that GERS will hold where revenues are pledged to it. So GERS is the owner of the bond, and it's the income that it receives on that bond that's paid to it by a trustee bank, as the funds flow from the federal government. And so the note is a way of securing the investment. It's much like people buy CDs for their savings account. That's a CD is a note that somebody holds. that entitles them to a flow of income and repayment over time. So it's the funding note is an asset that is owned by GERS that secures its right to receive money over time. A pension bond is something that would be issued, and the investors are somewhere out, in the investment universe somewhere, and that raises a whole bunch of different issues. But the funding note is the asset, is the legal vehicle that secures the GERS's right to the money on an annual basis.
And why is this approach more attractive than a pension bond, given our circumstances?
A pension bond is worlds apart. A pension bond, first and foremost, is a practice of issuing a fixed income bond in the marketplace and then reinvesting that money effectively in equities and hoping to earn a positive spread, a positive arbitrage over time. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. But a pension bond doesn't change the fundamental, it can increase the risk of the government, because if you earn less on your investments than the pension bond interest rate, you still owe the retirees their savings. You haven't done anything to change that. So that's much more of a speculative vehicle.
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Here. What's being done here is effectively creating an annuity to secure GERS's ability to pay benefits over time.
Okay, thank you. For Mr. Nibs and or Mr. Bori, I know if this bill were to pass, does GERS have is there an appetite for the system to make any shift in terms of just the whole structure of the system? And I know we've all heard, about we're in a defined benefit plan. Maybe we ought to shift to a defined contribution plan, a 401k type structure. Is this something that public pension systems who across the world, across the country, are dealing with similar struggles of insolvency? Are systems considering changing the structure of their program from a defined benefit to a defined contribution type program? And is this something that GERS has contemplated?
This is Austin Nibs. Yes, we have over the years. However, our research have shown that most systems who have transitioned to a DC plan in maybe 3 or 4 years, revert back to a defined benefit plan, because what was happening is that a lot of the members, knowing that they didn't have the same benefits, or reverting back to the plan, especially in, say, for instance, police officers. When they go to a DC plan, a DC plan is you're on your own, basically. What you earn is what you're going to get. But a defined benefit plan, your benefits goes through the term of your life. So like I said, what we have seen is that in those cases where systems did transition to a DC plan, within 2, 3, 4 years, they reverted back to a defined benefit plan. In regards to GERS,
30 seconds.
What I would recommend, as long as the funding comes in this 30-year period, maybe can have maybe another tier of new members, and they would probably go under a DC plan. That is something I would, I think that the board could look at.
But Senator Potter, this is Kathy Smith. In the research I've done, it's very difficult for government plans to have a DC plan and attract individuals, because normally the salaries in a government are lower than what they would be in private industry. But when you're in government, you're taking your deferred wages as part of your benefit plan. And that's what you're taking when you have a defined benefit plan. And so it's hard to recruit in a government agency when you have a DC plan. And again, our problem is tier 1, which are all defined benefit people, and that cannot be changed. The tier 2 program does pay for itself. So once we get over the next hurdle for the next 20 years with the tier 2 people who will no longer be drawing, tier 1 people who will no longer be drawing benefits, and the majority of the retirees will be tier 2 individuals, the system will pay for itself.
Okay. Thank you for that, Madam Chair. If I may just ask my final question. Thank you. My staff and I was looking at the testimony this morning. We were discussing the testimony. We were looking at testimony of David Paul, where he had a chart showing the residual distribution of matching fund revenues. And a question really came up. We looked at fiscal year 2023. It's estimated to receive $1.8 million. The residual for the GPI General Fund was $1.846 million. However, we know that there are laws on the books that require the matching fund to finance long-standing programs. For example, we have $1 million slated annually must come from the matching fund to finance Youth Crisis Intervention Fund. Additionally, $2 million annually must be contributed to the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund. Since these two laws, these two existing laws require a $3 million contribution, and the projected amount in residual is 1.8, how would we reconcile that? And that's just a question for my edification as a freshman senator.
I'm sorry, Senator. Could you just tell me the question again, please?
Okay, I take blame for that. The residual chart that Mr. Paul provided shows that for FY23, the residual income to the general fund will be $1.8 million. And now we have laws on the books that says, for example, $1 million must come from the matching fund to finance the Youth Crisis Intervention Fund, and an additional $2 million annually must be contributed to the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund. Since these two existing laws require a total of $3 million to fund them, but the estimate for FY23 is $1.8 million, how do we reconcile that difference? How would we handle that?
Yeah, I think Jennifer, Director O'Neill can probably speak to that, Senator. Thank you.
Okay, Director O'Neill.
Good afternoon, Senator Potter. So as we mentioned before, and I think this, and the President actually alluded to this as well as Senator Viale, we will be going back once the transaction is finalized to see exactly how much is needed. It may mean that some things revert to the general fund, but we will be coming back with legislation to amend any existing laws that requires transfers. So once we know exactly how much is needed and we identify from where it will be coming.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Senator Potter. And let me just say that it's the responsibility of this institution to figure that out. And we all know that I think in the 32nd legislature, we had what we call the syntax, and I can't remember the actual name of it. I wasn't here at the time. But we also have a responsibility to go back and look at, I think we are about to approach a full year where we're collecting those types of revenues. So we have to go back and look at all of the various pots of funds coming into the territory so we could ensure that we are able to fund those things if they are necessary. And then we could put in legislation that says that at XYZ period, then it sunsets and then it reverts back to the matching fund. But I think to Senator Gittins' point, I know that the discussion with the rum companies initially, with the selling of the idea with regards to the relationship between the GVI and the rum companies were that some of those funds would be reverted to the GRS. So what time better than now? So I think we're right on track to doing the right thing. So those that came before us, they probably contemplated it, but we are doing it. That's our responsibility. Senator Vele, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Let me begin by saying that the big difference with what we're dealing with today is that this provides annual funding for the next 30 years to the government employee retirement system. That's the biggest difference. Versus if we had gone ahead with the previous SPVs, it provided $85 million for 3 years, and the language clearly said, and for other provisions, money to the GERS and other provisions. So it wasn't even dedicating all $85 million. And then after that 3-year period, we'd have been back to where we are right now, because the GRS is liquidating more than $100 million a year. So this is substantially different. Substantially different in that it provides an annual contribution to GRS, and it's going to be executed by a contract with the Public Finance Authority. This body have put in a lot of work into making sure that this take place. The idea of utilizing the $10 million that we gave as a contribution to the GRS for employer and employee contribution, we said let's utilize that money to structure this deal. The $40 million that we expect to collect in excise tax, 35 to 40 million, we said let's use a more stable source. And let's utilize the internal revenue matching fund for that 35, 40, and we came up with 40. The 40 million, because we now have 40 million coming in with excise tax. That came from this body. Debated back and forth with us from the 33rd legislature. So I don't want for this body to not recognize their contribution to this measure that we have before us today. I'm hearing, oh, this person, that. No. This body have been working for months. The Public Finance Authority have done a wonderful job in helping to structure this deal. But guess what? That is why we have a $5 million amount that we pay to the Public Finance Authority every year to structure deals like this. So we need to realize that we have gone from one vehicle that was running on the road for 3 years, and now we got a vehicle that cruising for 30 years and taking care of the system. And there's no way that I am going to sit here silent and not allow this body to recognize the work that they have done and the fact that we have been meeting and driving this issue. From scenario 1 to 4, we went through all of it. Right there in the subcommittee meeting. And with that, I want to say I thank all the members of this institution, especially the 12 or 13 who stayed here and worked on the bill tirelessly with the amendments and the recommendations from the Public Finance Authority, and continued the discussion as to how we're going to protect this government from moving forward. Because Mr. Powell said it clearly that the Public Finance Authority was formed to do exactly this. And then things went bad. And we want to make sure that nothing is going to go bad with this. And we also want to make sure that we're going to fix the Public Finance Authority so that the ability to go back to market is going to go back to them. And we have discussed passing legislation that would allow us to do that. And we're going to look at what we need for the Public Finance Authority to be able to achieve, and we're going to legislate it. Because we're not going to go back, they didn't get this report, they didn't do this, they didn't do that. To colleagues, I tip my hat to everyone who have been working from the inception of bringing this measure back, to drafting the original document, to sending it to the Public Finance Authority, to the Public Finance Authority working on it and sending it back down to the Senate and back up and back down. It has been done. Now, Ms. O'Neill, and I want the public to understand, the $40 million that we are pledging to this deal is $40 million that we pledged to the general fund for the fiscal year 2022 budget. So when we pledge the $40 million here, we have decreased our projections by $40 million. So it's either one, we're hoping that we collect more money in other categories, or two, we're going to revisit the budget and we're going to cut some of the areas that we need to cut.
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
That will not include cutting any employee or any health insurance, but if we need to cut, we're going to cut. Because we have had balanced budget for the last couple of years, and we're not at the end of this cycle going to have a budget that is not balanced. Why did we decide to cut that $40 million in the budget? I think Mr. Bory in one of our meetings said it best. If there is a reason to cut $40 million in the budget, it is GRS. And we need to find that $40 million to save GRS. This isn't a one-year commitment where the 35th legislature could come in and change it, or the 36th, or a next governor. This is a commitment for 30 years, a deal executed by the Public Finance Authority and the Government Employee Retirement System to create a GRS funding note. And the original legislation said GRS ban, and when we met, we said, we don't like that word. Because ban, people think we're going to market, we're going to float a pension ban. Let's change the word. We came up with funding note, we called Mr. Simmons, he checked, he said, we could go with that. A funding note because they're going to be receiving funding from the residual amount that is coming back to us. Before it comes to us, it's going to be going to the GRS system. The only reason I would support the SPV is because it is for the government employee retirement system. It had to be something meaningful. And every member of this body said that repeatedly in the past occurrences.
30 seconds.
So the narrative can be what it wants. But at the end of the day, the true narrative is that the 34th legislature put a lot of time and effort to make this a reality. And as a result of the previous rejection, we are now here to discuss a 30-year annual funding to the government employee retirement system. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Vele. And you miss a third when you are counting the options. The third option is or to raise additional revenues. Yes. Yes. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, listening and viewing audiences, Central staff. Good afternoon to the testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimonies. This is a no-brainer for me. I'm happy to be a sponsor, and I want to thank all of my colleagues for doing what had to be done in order to reach to this point. And also, I know in many of the meetings that we had, the president will always say, we need to speak about the elephant in the room every time, the GRS. And many of us ran stating in terms of assisting to help the GRS system become solvent. So today is a good day in that respect. And many of our seniors and retirees will breathe a sigh of relief after we pass this bill today, because I know it's going to pass. I must say that in 2020, when we had a securitization, it was really a stopgap measure, as was stated, for 3 years. 21, 20? 2020, yeah, it was a stopgap measure really that would have put our future generation in debt for some time. And I did not support it at that time. But this legislation today makes a lot of sense. It's a long-term solution to a vexing problem that has been plaguing our community for some time now. Some of the things that it does that I want to mention basically is that it actually lets the market know that we are open for business once we pass this piece of legislation. What it actually does too also is assists many of our retirees from going bankrupt, because if the system fails, and we know they say it's going to be cut by 50 to 55%, many individuals will go bankrupt, which would be a triple effect to our economy in terms of businesses and other responsibilities. I know that when it comes to the investors, as was stated on the record today, and the bad word I would say is PROMESA, and that's where a lot of investors have been shying away from the Virgin Islands, even though we have never ever, put ourselves in that position. But nonetheless, with the passage of this legislation, hopefully it will start to reverse the mindset of those individuals, as we show that we are ready, willing, and able to do investments, and we are worth taking a risk on when it comes to investors. Let me ask Mr. Paul. Good afternoon, sir. Let me ask you, because you spoke in your testimony as to the PROMESA issue and investors being scared away. Do you believe this once we pass this legislation, it will assist in changing that mindset of those individuals, type of individuals?
Yes, Senator, I do.
Okay, thank you for that. And also, when it comes to GRS, and I want to go to Mr. Bory, one of the board members, and we know the past several years have been record when it comes to investment and return on investment with many different individuals and systems, etc. And we have been very conservative because of, us taking money from that we should be investing to assist in making payments because of our liability. Let me ask Mr. Bory, once this deal and this legislation goes through, will that help the GRS, or will the GRS board make a decision to actually do more sound investment in terms of not just dealing with the minor ones, but making some real investment when the opportunity presents itself? You're muted, sir. You're muted. Your mic is muted.
I think the short answer to that question is yes, we'll look at it. And depends on what you mean by once it goes through. I understand that we're going to have to build back up our portfolio to a level where we could begin to invest longer term. I mean, as you know, as we discussed earlier, we are drawing down roughly $150 million a year. And this payment plan, let's say the first year, we get 80. So instead of drawing down 150, we draw down 80. Next year, same thing. Eventually, after a couple of years, it's going to take a while for the portfolio to build back up to a point where we could begin to invest longer term.
2 minutes.
The problem with our investment is that we have to invest short term because we're going to need to have the money available for liquidity purposes. Once the portfolio gets to a size we could invest long term, then longer term investment bring higher returns. And so the whole investment strategy would change as we build back up our portfolio. I mean, that is what we have what they call a dynamic strategy, which means that the strategy is adjusted according to the amount in the portfolio and the amount of risk we could expose the portfolio to, because higher return bring higher risk. So the short answer to your question is yes, but part of the answer is that the expectation, to manage the expectation, it won't happen next year or maybe the year after. We have to build the portfolio back up over some period of time before we could adjust the strategy.
Understood. And thank you so much for this response. And quickly before my time expires, on the government side now, I believe it's critical that we do two things also in terms of assuring that we collect all of the revenues we're supposed to collect off the streets and also fill in those vacancies. We need to hire all individuals that are going to fill those vacancies in order to assist with a ratio to help the GRS system. Because I think that's a big part of it that we are not hearing anything about. But that's low-hanging fruits that we can deal with right away because many people are looking for jobs. They are qualified, but yet still we have too many vacancies that's just sitting there. You know, and folks are calling many of our offices saying they have resumes, they're qualified, and yet still people are not coming on board fast enough. So I believe that will assist in helping to strengthen the GRS system also. Mr. Administrator Nibs, do you agree with that statement?
I agree with the statement about vacancies. This is something we will address tomorrow in the finance, but yes.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. O'Neill?
Time.
I can't forget you.
Yes, Senator Blyden. Of course, I agree with your statement relative to hiring. We do have a number of vacancies, and I'm telling everybody we are hiring. Submit your applications. There are not a lot of people that are applying, though. So let me just say that we do have a lot of vacancies we need to fill across all departments. So send them in, even if it means sending them to me so I can forward them. I'm all for that.
Will do, because there are several in my office. And I've been following up. So thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Thank you for your responses.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. I need to go back to GRS quickly with regards to the question that was asked by the previous speaker, Senator Blyden. Why is it going to take us 2 years to adjust our strategy if we have this commitment in place? The funds will be flowing. I thought that what I would have heard is once you look at the market, then those types of determinations will be made. The determinations need to be made based on the market conditions, not based on a strategy. If you have a commitment over 30 years that says that you will receive some $3.4 billion rather. So I'm just having a little hard time with that response. So
Senator,
I need to understand it.
You cannot invest commitment. You can only invest money. So
right.
yes, we have a commitment, but until that commitment translates into dollars that we could invest, we have to. That is what adjusts the strategy. Well, certainly, we look at the market. That's looking at the market is always part of the plan, but we can't invest commitments.
The funds will be flowing in your direction. In your own testimony,
once the funds get there, once the funds come, we'll invest it.
Yeah, and I agree, and that's my point. You invest it once the funds come, not wait for 2 years to invest. To look at your strategy and address your strategy or adjust your strategy. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of legislative staff and the people of the Virgin Islands. I just want to also join in reflecting on the fact that this bill came through subcommittee work. And so I also join in commending the Senate President and just executive branch, everyone coming together for what is a really collective effort to address the solvency of our government employee retirement system. But I also stand here today with my fiduciary responsibility. I serve in the capacity as a liaison to the Department of Interior, Office of Insular Affairs, and so one thing I will say to the entire team who's before us today is that it's going to be important that as we go through this process, that as a legislative body we're properly updated, and that even in my capacity as a liaison, that we are sure to facilitate ways in which we are getting consistent information and reports. Because as you know, as it was brought out today by my colleague, in 2017 there was an audit, right? In 2002, there was another audit. There have been a series of audits of the Public Finance Authority that have not, that give us reason for pause. Us as a legislative body, we're given, 3 recommendations that I'm not clear that all of them were executed. That's for us to work on. But I will really state that throughout this agreement, there are provisions concerning, in fact, how are you going to go about agreements? How are you going about hiring staff? And what were brought through the 2017 audit, what's brought to the 2002 audits is there issues with conflict of interest. So to Mr. Simmons, you said that in your next board meeting, you're going to provide updated rules in addressing past audits. How are you addressing conflict of interest as it pertains to the PFA? How will you address it in connection to this SBC?
How we addressing conflicts of interest on the board of the PFA or for the staff of the PFA?
No, let me be clear. So you're not going to be the parent company of this entity, but there's a relationship between the PFA and this SBC. How would you, in terms of your, how has the PFA addressed conflict of interest? And is that one of the policies that you're going to be putting before the board at the next meeting, as it even relates to this corporation?
This corporation will have its own board of directors, and they will have their own bylaws by which they will operate. The PFA will be the operations or administrative management contractor that this corporation will employ for us to do the administrative work. We will be processing whatever documents, we will process the payments that come in and make the payments to the GRS. So
for time's sake, correct. There's an administration component that the PFA plays with the SPC, so you have to have internal controls as it pertains to your part as it pertains to this. So you just answered that. You said, I know they'll have their own bylaws. I understand that, and their own rules and regulations. But there is an interaction there. I'll come back to you. Director Nibbs. The infusion of cash will definitely help the fund, help the shortfalls. We understand that. In terms of the proper management of the funds, and to prevent us from returning to chaos, because GRS as well has had audits that have not been good, right, in the investment area. What specific measures is the GRS board right now putting in place to ensure fiduciary responsibility and the use of these funds, both in connection with its own entities and also with the PFA?
Senator, the board has already decided, and you said chaos and investment in certain assets. The board has already decided not to invest in alternative investments. And in that area, especially local asset, there were a couple investments that didn't turn out well. The GRS has always done well in the market.
2 minutes.
So I would think the strategy would be to continue, but hopefully a long-term strategy into the market. However, hold off alternative investments where we did not do well previous.
In your testimony, you spoke about the financial impact that this measure will have on the removal of the employee contributions. What is that? Do you have a dollar figure about how much that would be if amendments are not made? If an amendment is not made.
You're talking about the employer contributions.
Yeah, the employer. I'm incorrect. Employer.
Last year in FY 2021, we received about $98.1 million out. So we would want to receive that same amount that is budgeted in the government's budget. We would want to receive that about $98 million.
You're breaking up, Miss. He's breaking up. Can you hold my time and Can you just repeat the amount of the employer
The amount
contribution?
that we collected, the amount we collected last year in the employer contributions was $98.1 million, and we are saying that we would like to receive the same amount in FY 2022.
And can someone on the governor's, the team, explain to me the rationale behind including that as a item to, why would we want to remove GRS's ability to collect employer contributions? Someone could just clarify that for me.
30 seconds.
Senator, we're not removing GRS. We're not removing the payment of the employer contributions. GRS will continue to receive the contributions from the employers as it is now. This note that we're proposing to issue to the GRS will provide for an additional amount of monies over and above the current contribution amount to the GRS.
Thank you for that, Mr. Simmons. And that's the purpose of these meetings as well, to get clarifications. And I will end by saying that one of the important components that we are missing, and I do commend all my colleagues, we have to work on the public information component. So I hope there will be a commitment between both our branch, or executive branch, in really explaining what was done today. And in going forward, I really would like to see the PFA, GRS engaging a lot more reporting to this institution as we work on collectively, making sure that we have the controls and the checks and balances. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. And I have to echo that there was clearly some misunderstanding with the government employees retirement system, or they were trying to just make sure that we were not proposing to remove or reduce the employer contribution. There has never been any discussion to reduce the employer contribution. The legislation is clear. That is not being contemplated or considered by this body. So I need to make sure that we are understand that that is not up for discussion. It's over and above. That's what we're discussing today. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Let me apologize in advance for my excitement about this legislation before us today, Bill 34-0188. Certainly, good afternoon to our retirees. Thank you for watching. I think that today is very, very impactful and a very important day. We are, in fact, in a perfect storm, but we see some opportunities here. So I wanted to quickly go over an editorial that was written a little while back. I spoke about the fate of GRS all up to the 34th legislature. Will tough decision be made? It went on to say two things are clear. One, all the roads to a remedy run through the legislature. And two, it must be the 34th legislature. Otherwise, the slide into insolvency will be unstoppable. We're here. This is the 34th legislature of the Virgin Islands. And we prepare to make the tough decision. We have done the hard work and due diligence. We have met collectively. And again, I believe that this piece of legislation that's going through will, in fact, benefit our retirees, as well as our active employees, as well as this entire community. So all ye that labor and are heavy laden, rest assured that there's help on the way. I really believe that this piece of legislation, as impactful as it is, there's enough credit to be shared by every single individual that contributed to this. Certainly, the subcommittee that I've been a part of over the last several months in the 33rd legislature, where we attempted to move 3 different similar legislation, the Madam President, the chair of the Finance Committee, all of the membership of the legislature, whether you support or don't support the measure. I want to thank you for all your hard work. GRS, again, for shining the light on this particular issue and not giving up to make sure that there was some decision made for solvency of the system. Certainly the GRS system as well, the administrator and his staff, the governor's financial team, the governor, certainly the bond councils, but more importantly, I want to thank the retirees for their patience, the anxiety that they have had to endure over the last several years as we continue to talk about the insolvency of the GRS system. So quickly, I believe that we could remedy whatever the situations may be today, and I just wanted to quickly ask Mr. Paul, based on our discussion today, the amendment as well as the legislation is all that's now required for once we move this legislation forward, is signed by the governor. That is all that's required now for you to be able to go onto the market and be able to refinance our current loan. Is that correct?
Senator, that's correct. I would note, in all sorts of transactions, every so often, some kind of, nit requiring, clarification might come up, but certainly nothing that's substantive. But I wouldn't expect that in that case. All I'm saying is it does happen.
Very well. And quickly, Mr. Simmons, and thank you for your assistance in this measure as well, and your being available on our every call for clarity purposes. Well, what is the current interest rate on our bonds?
It varies from about 5% to 6.25%, depending on the bonds. But I think the average came out to like 5.58%.
Very well. Mr. Simmons, while I have you, is there a plan B? Is there a plan B again? If this transaction is not fully executed, is there a plan B?
Senator, we don't have any reason why this transaction won't be fully executed.
2 minutes.
Plan B is that we get the bill approved, we start the process to get the rating, and then move to pricing the bonds and sale. And we hope to do all of that by late March.
So what I'm hearing from you is that this is the best option that's currently available to us.
It's the only option right now.
Very well. Thank you. Have there been any discussion with the rum factories, the rum companies in respect to increasing productivity, again, to meet the public demand? Any discussion with them in regards to that, increasing productivity?
We have those discussions on a continuing basis. Of course, everything is driven by demand. And, they've always indicated, they would be ramping up production whenever they feel that the demand is there. So what we're relatively sure of is that they'll be consistently producing at the current levels for a while. But as soon as demand increases, there will be increase in production. So it's a matter of demand, but we're looking at the marketing information that we'll be getting from the IHS group to see what they're projecting in terms of how demand will grow in the next couple of years.
Very well, thank you. And quickly, Chairman Bory, in respect to accountability, and I heard that word used a lot today, in regards to that, have the board undertaken any austerity measure? So once this transaction is completed and sent forth, have the board contemplated, discussed, and you don't have to be any specific at this time, but have there been any discussion in regards to what type of austerity measures the board will have to undertake to ensure that we continue to see solvency as we move forward?
Yes, Senator. I mean, I think the records will show that we have reduced our operating budget over the last couple of years. We've reduced staff levels, and we are taking every opportunity to cut costs where we could. But I mean, the big elephant in the room is the benefit payments. I mean, our budget, our annual administration budget is around $15 million a year, so 13 to 15. The benefit payout is 265 million. So that's the biggie right there.
Very well.
I mean, but to answer your question, yes, we have been looking at austerity measures to keep our operating costs down.
Time.
Very well. Thank you. My time has been called. Again, colleagues, take a bow. Cheers. This is a good day, and certainly let's get this taken care of, move forward, and then we can start to work on WAPA. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. And I too must echo that today is a great day for the territory if all concerned, of course, do what they are supposed to do. So we're going to do our part. It's also a good time where you see the transcending of political affiliations to ensure that we do the right thing for the people of the Virgin Islands. So I too am very proud to serve in the 34th legislature as we made the commitment. The community applied the pressure, and our responsibility is to answer the call. And we are going to try our best to answer the call. This legislation means a whole lot. It means food, it means medicine to the retirees in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And, while we will get criticism from some members of our community, it's important for us to recognize that we cannot allow the perfect to be the enemy of the good. But there were some comments that were made by Gruff, and I need clarification because I think when things are placed on the record, it's important that it gets clarified. So I'm going to ask, I know the answers, but I think it's important that we put the information on the record. So we're going to ask either Mr. Paul or Mr. Simmons to respond. So one of the concerns that was shared on the record from Gruff's testimony of today said the bill in its current form would allow the legislature to authorize the corporation to issue additional bonds in the future. This raises a very real concern that the corporation could issue such additional bonds, which would then increase the debt service obligations of the corporation and decrease or completely eliminate the residual receipts available to fund the GRS funding note. And I believe that that requires some correction and explanation so the community could understand what's in the legislation and what it really means. So Mr. Paul or Mr. Simmons, can you please assist with clearing up this, what appears to be a misunderstanding?
Sure, Madam President. Both the bonds, the Securitization Corporation bonds will have anti-dilution provisions in them, and which means that it's an additional bonds test that restricts the ability to issue additional bonds. And similarly, the GERS note will have provisions that constrain the government from doing anything that would impair its revenue stream.
All right.
So there would be legal protections against the dilution of the GERS's financial interests. And I would invite any of my colleagues to comment if appropriate.
Mr. Simmons, you want to add anything to that?
I don't know if Attorney Hernandez or maybe Mr. Lobert might offer some more perspective on that.
Mr. Lobert?
Good afternoon, Madam Senate President, Senators. I just have to state for the record that I'm here as an underwriter and not as a financial advisor, so my compliance group is happy. The GERS funding note is no different than any other debt instrument in that there will be non-impairment covenants in there. That would generally mean that the government would not be able to practically issue additional bonds under the current situation where most of the money is dedicated towards that at current levels. However, the things you have to consider here is that should there be growth in the RUM cover over stream above the 158 million, that would be something the government would be able to do at the appropriate time. And that is something that would not impair GERS because there is a cap of 158 million. So at the current levels, basically no subordinate bonds could be issued to cause dilution. But if the revenues do grow, then it doesn't impair your ability to monetize the difference for your own purposes, whether it's capital funding or pretty much whatever you desire at that time, as authorized by a current or future legislature.
Thank you. I thought it was important for us to clear that up. And let me just ask, Mr. Simmons.
2 minutes.
Is there an appetite for GVI bonds? Is there an appetite?
Yes.
There is an appetite.
Yes, we get calls from investors all the time wanting to know how things are going and how we're preparing to get back into the market. So yes, there is a tremendous appetite.
All right, that's what we wanted to hear. I think I was going to ask the question around GRS, but I believe that question was answered with the last speaker. GRS did express a concern around additional bonds, and that question was answered. I think it's important that any concerns that were discussed today, that they are answered. I think we've exhausted our discussion today. I think most of our conversation around the numbers, et cetera, happened in the 33rd legislature. So we didn't have a lot of numbers questions today. But I will close by saying that the time is always right to do right, to do the right thing. And while this may not be perfect for some of us, it is important that you recognize that if you wait for perfect, nothing will get done. So that's important. I want to take this opportunity to also thank my colleagues who said yes to the subcommittees that we created in the 34th legislature, because we did recognize that we have and continue to have important areas that require us to address, and this particular committee is a major component to our subcommittees. So I want to thank my colleagues and while we have colleagues from the subcommittee that really worked hard, I have to say that just about everyone in the institution really gave the full force and effect to make sure that we were able to move this along. I found myself being very, having anxiety over it because I wanted to make sure that we move it along and make it happen, and we're here now. So we are going to close. I'm going to close with my statements, and we're going to ask the government officials to give a 30-second closing, and then we're going to take a recess before we get to before we move into session, or we're going to get back onto the record and then take a recess to get into session. But for the most part, we have exhausted our discussion for today around this very, very critical and important matter. And the retirees and the future retirees of the U.S. Virgin Islands can sleep easy tonight, providing that we get the votes. And I think we have the votes because 13 of 15 senators signed on the legislation. So we are about to be up the road. It's important that we have leadership, courage, foresight, and we maintain our professionalism. And I think we've done that, and here we are. We do have, discourse behind the scenes, but what's important in this particular matter is that we're able to come forward and rise up and show that we are counted and we are ready. So, colleagues, I'm going to ask the testifiers to give a closing statement. We're going to start with Mr. Nathan Simmons.
Thank you, Madam President, and other members of this body. On behalf of this team and Governor Albert Bryan Jr., thank you for the opportunity to testify and to present to this body the plan to restore solvency to the GRS. Today's hearing and the process by which we arrived here today is testament to the great things that can happen through collaboration. So thank you very much. We have all been well aware for the years of the looming insolvency of GRS and what the failure of the system means to our retirees, our government employees, their families, and to our community as a whole. So while many have discussed the issue, only now has a viable solution been proposed. A solution that is supported by the GRS board, its actuary, and which is a product of collaboration between the administration and the legislature's GRS subcommittee. And of course, as was mentioned earlier, this is the only solution on the table. As you've heard, the mechanics of the transaction remain virtually the same since the governor's original proposal submitted to the 33rd. And as you will recall from the testimony by myself and the team during prior appearances, certain cash flow realized from the creation of the SPV and the refunding and the restructuring of bonds can now for sure be directed to the GRS. Both the executive and legislative branches are unified in the decision to use the mechanism to solve the GRS problem. The administration has worked in good faith with the GRS subcommittee members and the legislature's leadership to perfect this plan and to represent this plan to the full body and the public today for approval. We look forward to the body's favorable treatment of this plan and the legislation before you today.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Sounds like your closing statement was for the entire government to include Mr. Paul. So I'm going to ask the GRS leadership.
I'm sorry, I believe Mr. Simmons is frozen. I don't think he's finished.
Oh, he's frozen. Oh boy. Well,
I can come in.
1 second. 1 minute, please. Mr. Paul, we will allow you to get your 30 seconds. So we're gonna time this, okay? 30 seconds closing.
Okay, I just think it's important to point out that you are taking a historic step today in addressing the GERS situation. I think it's important also to acknowledge the steps and the partners that have participated in this. The creation of the PFA enabled the government to build long-term investment support from institutional investors around the country. The negotiation of the RUM agreements allowed for the creation of a long-term and stable RUM industry. It's important to point out that those companies pursue the production of rum based upon the markets that they sell into. They don't pay to GERS. They simply do their job as partners of the government in manufacturing rum that becomes the revenues that, Madam President, as you suggested, will now be dedicated to supporting the retirement system. And now this administration and this legislature is taking the final step and building a solution that will use the interest of the governments, that will use the revenues that come out of those the rum industry to finally create a long-term solvency solution for GERS. And I just want to thank you all for the time to give me the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Mr. Paul, and thank you for your service to the Virgin Islands for all these years. Mr. Nibbs, 30 seconds closing.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Senators, for a very good session and allowing the GRS to place its testimony and recommended amendments on the record. Back in 1959, when GRS was created, in a report from the actuarial professionals at that time, the report stated that the fund was not adequately funded. In 2022, we are now at a juncture where administration and the legislature have collaborated to save the system from insolvency. GRS commends the administration and the legislature for their efforts. The GRS looks forward to working with the current administration and legislature, those to follow, in securing the pension system as was the intent from the beginning for the benefit of its members in their golden years. Madam Chair, we thank you, the Senators, again, for giving us this opportunity to testify on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nibbs. Mr. Bory, 30 seconds.
Good afternoon again. I'd just like to repeat my conclusion to my testimony. On behalf of the members of the system, the GRS applauds the diligent efforts of the plan sponsor to bring forth a credible and substantive solution to the vexing problem of GRS underfunding. I'd like to especially thank the governor and his team. I'd like to thank the legislature and its team. I was witness to a lot of the many long hours you talked about, because a lot of those sessions with the subcommittee, GRS was in attendance, and so we could testify to the long hours and efforts that went into getting where we are today. To finish, that last quote by Senator Francis came from my letter, where I said all roads to remedy run through the legislature, and you have indeed stepped up. So I'd like to thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to make this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Bory. I thought you
stayed within my 30 seconds.
I'm sorry. Are you finished?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Bory, thank you for your comments. And I must say that if we were to ask who applied the most pressure for the government officials, it is certainly you. So we want to thank you for keeping us on our toes, and we will continue to stay focused once pressure is applied. It don't always have to be applied, but our community must continue to apply pressure so we could do the right thing. It is the responsibility of the community to do that. So thank you, Mr. Bory.
You're very welcome.
I believe those were all of the testifiers for today. The other individuals were basically supporting the government as well as the retirement system. So I want to thank everyone who are here today to support and to share with us, and made yourself available to respond to questions for your time today. The Committee of the Whole has been completed, and testifiers, you are excused, and thank you again, and we will now rise into legislative session. We are now back in session, and we are going to take a 2-minute recess. Session is hereby recessed for 2 minutes. We're back on the record. Madam Secretary, can we get a quorum call, please?
Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Marvin A. Blyden, present. Samuel Carrion. Senator Samuel Carrion, present. Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, present. Novelli Francis Jr. Senator Novelli Francis Jr., present. Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, present. Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, present. Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, present. Javon E. James Sr. Senator Javon E. James Sr., present. Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, present. Carla Joseph. Senator Carla Joseph, present. Stephen D. Payne Sr. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr., present. Milton E. Potter. Senator Milton E. Potter, present. Janelle K. Saru. Senator Janelle K. Saru, absent. Kurt A. Viale. Senator Kurt A. Viale, present. Genevieve Whitaker, present. Senator Genevieve Whitaker, present. Madam President, we have 14 present, 1 absent.
Thank you. We have a quorum. Do I hear a motion? Motion. Senator Novalee Francis Jr., you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you. Madam President, I rise to make a motion to waive the reading, waive the debate time and bill number 34-0188. I so move.
Thank you, Senator Francis. The motion has been properly made by Senator Novalee Francis Jr., seconded by Carla J. Joseph, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Kurt A. Viale, Senator Genevieve Whitaker, Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Hearing no objections. Senator Stephen D. Payne, hearing no objections, so ordered. Senator Kurt A. Viale, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Before I make the amendment, I just want to say that Senator Whitaker and Senator Kenneth Gittins have signed on to bill number 34-0188. All senators, according to the female senator from St. Thomas, all senators have signed on to this bill. It shows when everybody work together, you have good results. Amendment number 34-452, offered by all the members of this body. Bill number 34-0188 is amended as follows. A, the long title is amended in line 10 by striking the word government and inserting government employees retirement system, and by inserting by the government after the word contribution. B, section 1 is amended as follows. 1, on page 2, line 14, by striking government and inserting GRS, and by inserting by the government after the word contribution. 2,
Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your motion.
Mike, thank you, Madam President. I move to waive the reading of amendment number 34.452. I so move.
The motion has been moved properly by Senator Marvin A. Blyden, seconded by Senator Genevieve Whitaker, objected to by Senator Kenneth L. Gittins and Carla J. Joseph. Madam Clerk, Madam Secretary, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Biden, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator
Yes.
Fred.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, nay. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Joseph, nay. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Senator Payne Sr., yay. Senator Milton Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, absent. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Whitaker, yay. Madam President, we have 12 yeas, 2 nays, 1 absent.
Motion carries.
Second.
The the motion to amend Bill number 34-0188 has been properly moved by Senator Kurt A. Viale, seconded by Senator Novelli Francis. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Madam Clerk, can you please call up? Oh, you know what? Because we are having this discourse, I should have said roll call on bill number 340188 as amended. But before I did that, what I really wanted to do was ask Senator Viale to explain the amendment, because we had some of our colleagues that voted no, and the majority of the amendments were commas and periods and those kinds of things. So it's important that he be given an opportunity, and then we will go to the roll call, please.
Thank you so much, Madam President. And then the millennial senator is telling me the mic might have been off when I said I so move, but I know everybody in the room did hear I said I so move after the waiver of the debate time. Most of the amendments are technical. Deleting the word government and inserting GRS as like 20 different occurrences, and some other technical mistakes that were made in putting the bill together. All of the amendments were reviewed by all the members of the legislature earlier today, and we did go through amendment by amendment and agree on those that we needed to change, and then it was submitted to legal counsel. So most of the reading would just be strike, insert, and that is why the particular amendment, the reading was waived. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Viale. I'm going to ask the Madam Clerk now to call up the bill on the agenda, bill number 34-0188, please.
Bill number 34.
As amended. Can you please read the bill as amended?
Bill number 34-0188, an act amending Title 29, Virgin Islands Code by adding Chapter 24 to authorize the sale of the matching fund receipts and create a new entity named the Matching Fund Special Purpose Securitization Corporation to 1. Acquire during the transfer period all of the Virgin Islands government's right, title, and interest in the matching fund receipts to be paid to or for the account of the government by the United States Treasury and the related rights. 2. Issue matching fund securitization bonds and the residual certificate in order to pay the purchase price therefore and as otherwise authorized under the Act. And 3. Direct the Secretary and the United States Department of Interior to pay the matching fund receipts directly into the deposit account to approve the issuance by the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority or other entity of the GERS funding note to the government for deposit as in-kind contribution to the GERS, to ratify amendments to the Rum Company agreements, repealing and replacing Act Numbers 8329 and 8330, and other related purposes. That concludes the reading of the bill, Madam President.
Thank you. Roll call on bill number 34-0188 as amended, please. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Senator Payne Sr., yea. Senator Milton Potter. Senator Potter, yea. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, absent. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Whitaker, yay. Madam President, we have 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0188, an act amending Title 29, Virgin Islands Code by adding Chapter 24 to authorize the sale of the matching fund receipts and create a new entity named the Matching Fund Special Purpose Securitization Corporation to 1, acquire during the transfer period all of the Virgin Islands government rights, title, and interest in the matching fund receipts to be paid to or for the, guys, I'm having a hard time here, to be paid to or for the account of the government by the United States Treasury and the related rights. 2, issue matching fund securitization bonds and the residual certificate in order to pay the purchase price, therefore, and as otherwise authorized under the Act. And 3, direct the Secretary and the United States Department of Interior to pay the matching fund receipts directly into the deposit account, to approve the issuance by the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority or other entity of the GRS funding note to the government for deposit as an in-kind contribution to the GRS, to ratify the amendments to the Rum Company agreements, repealing and replacing Act number 8329 and 8330, and for other related purposes, has been approved by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for further consideration. Colleagues, I wish to congratulate all of us on such an awesome, historic moment that we actually came together and did the right thing. We are good people. We are good people. We did the right thing. So, colleagues, there's a point of personal privilege from Senator Gittins. You recognize Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Madam President, and good afternoon to all again. Madam President, 2 things. I just wanted to state that the reason for my earlier objection was just so that the amendment could be explained, which it was. This is just part of the process. And flipping that, I just want to say on behalf of the Armstrong family and the Shang family, we want to extend gratitude to all those who have visited, who have reached out by calling, by texting, by emailing, etc. On the untimely passing of my cousin, Stacy Shang, who was violently killed in her home. I want to just remind the people of this territory of something that I said years ago and continue to say, that before we can control crime on the streets, we truly need to regain control in our homes. And I'm asking, I'm begging, and I'm pleading with parents to be parents and know what is going on in your homes and stop acting as if you and your child are friends. And again, regain control of your home so that when they get on the streets, they are a representation of you. Again, I humbly ask that we do this, and thank you all once again on behalf of both families, the Armstrong and the Shang family. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I also want to join in condolences to the family of Stacy Shang, and also add that we need to reach out and pray for the particular family. But I would also like to extend condolences to Ms. Titus, who died this weekend. I was trying to remember her first name. Everybody called her Mama Titus, and I've known her from so long. Dr. Titus' mom passed away this weekend. So let's reach out. We've been losing a lot of people early this year. So let's extend prayers to all of those families who have been affected, to include the many members of the legislature who have lost family members within the last week or 2. I've already heard about 3 or 4 individuals from the legislature that have lost a loved one. So my condolences to all of those individuals, to include staff from Senator Johnson office, staff from Senator Kerry Young office, and media and St. Croix who have lost a loved one. Condolences to all those families.
Thank you, Senator Bailey. These are truly unprecedented times here in the Virgin Islands, and we must continue to look for the light. We must continue to look for what's at the end of the rainbow, and we must continue to work together so we can continue the business of the people and continue to pray for our families, our neighbors, and our friends. Colleagues, this concludes our agenda for the January 31st, 2022 legislative session. I want to thank the essential staff of the legislature for all that they do. And again, I can't thank our colleagues enough for really coming together and making this dream work. So we've done our part, and now the GRS and the executive branch, they must do their part. And, you know, we neglected to thank the governor of the Virgin Islands, Mr. Albert Bryan, for really working with us and staying in the paint to ensure that we all collaborated and made this happen. So him and his team also is due kudos. So kudos to all the leaders of the territory. The session of January 31st, 2022 is hereby adjourned.
Now we go.